Chapter 1. Liora was not a normal girl. But if you asked her, she'd say she was the plainest person ever. The truth? Liora was beautiful in a way that felt like magic, and she acted kind of mysterious too. She didn't like talking much. She liked to drift off into her own thoughts, dreaming and ignoring the busy world around her. What she didn't know was that this quiet habit of hers would pull her into a secret world, a place hidden from everyday people, a world just as strange and magical as she was. Her long, straight, reddish-brown hair had gold streaks that shimmered in the sunlight, and her dark shiny eyes were so deep they made people stop and stare. And she hated when they stared. She was 17 and almost done with school, but she still loved being alone more than anything else. Her parents were rich and had sent her to the best boarding school they could find. Her days were full of school, violin playing, and ballet. But none of that mattered to her. What she loved most was being alone in the woods that surrounded the school. Even the other students thought she was strange and kept away from her. In the forest, she could walk for hours, singing softly to herself. Her voice sounded like something from the sky, soft and perfect. Nature made her feel calm and happy. Sometimes, she'd bring her violin and play her favorite song while singing, not caring if anyone could hear her. Her violin teacher wanted her to accept a full scholarship to the best music school in the world, but she never gave an answer. She didn't want to be around people. She just wanted to stay in the forest. She was planning to move deep into a big forest after she finished school. But she didn't know she wouldn't make it to graduation. Something else was waiting for her, a path she never saw coming. It would begin very soon. A hidden world of magical creatures existed among humans, staying secret by blending in. But some creatures, just like Liora, liked being alone. That's how it was for four special friends. They had met about 50 years ago, and now they called each other brothers. Liora, pay attention, said Mr. Brenner, her math teacher, from across the room. Yes, sir, she said quietly and looked back at the front of the class. Liora already knew everything her teachers taught. She was super smart and could remember everything she ever read. Her brain was sharper than even the smartest scientists in history. But she didn't want to be noticed, so she sometimes gave wrong answers on purpose just to stay out of the spotlight. There was a man named Zorath, tall with neat black wavy hair. He looked like he was 25. He seemed the oldest, but really, it was only how he looked. He was serious and quiet, which kept their group balanced. Kieran was actually the oldest, though he looked around 21. He was calm and thoughtful, always stepping up as the leader when needed. He had light brown hair tied back and a soft face that made him look kind. Then there was Ronan, who looked 23. His short brown hair was trimmed like a soldier's. He loved making clever plans, even if it was just for jokes. His time in the military gave him a strong and confident way of doing things. The youngest was Caden, only 19. His messy red hair never stayed in place. He was wild and full of energy. Each of them came from different places and different times, but they all ended up together. They loved their quiet life in the forest, far from people and even far from others like themselves. Zorath used to be a master carpenter. He taught the others how to build, and together they made a huge, beautiful house deep in the woods. They didn't really need a house that big, but they had the time and no one to stop them, so they made it as special as they could. One evening, their whole life changed. The four of them were out in the forest like usual, ready to run and let loose. They were also hunting. That's when it happened. It started like a soft whisper in the wind, a voice singing the prettiest song they had ever heard. It was like magic. Ronan was the first to stop. His sharp ears picked up the singing. His whole body froze. His cold chest suddenly felt warm. That voice, he had never heard anything like it. He had to find out who it was. The other three had gone ahead, but when they realized Ronan was gone, they turned around to find him. They saw him standing still, head tilted, eyes wide with wonder. Ronan? Zorath said. He was tired and ready to hunt, so Ronan's stopping was making him grumpy. Shoo, just listen, Ronan snapped without looking away. The others finally heard it too. Then, quietly, they followed the sound. They moved slowly so they wouldn't scare the singer. They hid behind the trees and peeked out. There she was, Liora. She was singing with all her heart, her feet dancing gently on the forest floor. She was singing one of her favorite songs, Dark Waltz, by Hayley Westenra. But the way Liora sang it, it sounded even more beautiful than the original. When she added her violin to the song, it felt like the sky itself had come down to listen. She wore her favorite black dress, long and full of layers and lace. It had gotten faded from too many washes, but she didn't care. She loved that dress. Each one of the guys was completely taken by her. They couldn't look away or stop listening. Zorath, who hadn't fed in a while, felt a sharp thirst. Liora's scent was unlike anything they had ever smelled. Even the others could smell it. It was sweet and rich, floating in the cool air, calling to them. It made it hard to resist. But they just stood there in the trees, watching her, enchanted. Zorath held onto the branch he was sitting on, but he accidentally broke it, causing pieces of it to fall to the ground. Liora jumped, startled by the loud noise. She stopped moving and listened in complete silence, looking around with suspicion. "Hello?" she called out. She felt a little silly for saying anything, but the feeling that someone was watching her made her worry more than she realized. She began walking slowly, heading back toward the school, but she kept glancing around, unsure. She hadn't realized that she had walked far into the woods, over 11 miles, and the sun was already starting to set. As the forest around her grew darker, she felt her heart race with fear, thinking someone might be following her. The feeling of eyes on her wouldn't go away. Now, in the total darkness, she couldn't tell where she was anymore. She didn't even know she was heading the wrong way. Her fear grew, and she began stumbling, tripping over fallen branches and tree roots. The guys were quietly following her from behind, jumping from tree to tree. They saw her breathing harder as fear took hold of her. Her quick heartbeat only made Zorath feel hungrier. He could hear the blood rushing through her veins, and every beat of her heart called to him like a beautiful song. Kieran, Ronan, and Caden didn't notice how Zorath's gaze had changed until it was too late. Zorath leaped over them all and landed right behind Liora. She didn't hear him coming fast enough. Before she could react, she was pushed to the ground by strong, cold hands, and a heavy body pinned her down. Liora screamed for help, but just as quickly as the attack happened, her attacker was knocked off her. She scrambled to her feet, running in the opposite direction, away from the sounds of growling and hissing behind her. "Zorath, snap out of it!" Kieran growled, grabbing him by the arms and shaking him. "I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself," Zorath muttered, ashamed, looking down at the ground. "Ronan, take Zorath to hunt. Caden and I will check on the girl. Now!" Kieran shouted. The others were shocked by how suddenly Zorath had attacked Liora. Kieran and Caden followed Liora's scent, chasing after her. She had managed to get some distance, but when they found her lying at the bottom of a steep hill, they panicked. "What if she's bleeding, Kieran?" Caden asked, his voice full of worry. "Stay here. I can handle it better than you can," Kieran ordered. Kieran was good at resisting the urge to feed on human blood, even when it was spilled, but this time was different. Her blood smelled so sweet, and it was hard to resist. But he needed to make sure she was okay. He knelt beside her, checking her pulse. It was steady, but she had a deep cut on her arm and neck, both dangerously deep. "She won't make it if we try to take her back to where she came from," Kieran shouted up to Caden. "We'll have to take her to our place." "But Kieran, that's too dangerous," Caden worried. "I know, but if we don't, she'll die, Caden," Kieran said, trying to swallow the hunger burning inside him. He carefully lifted Liora into his arms. Her blood was so tempting, making his mouth water and his insides burn. Liora mumbled weakly against his shoulder, but Kieran shushed her gently. "It's okay. We'll take care of you," he whispered. Kieran thought about what that really meant, but one thing was certain, he never wanted to let her go. Wanting to see what would happen next, subscribe to this channel to get to listen to more of our upcoming exciting stories. Click on the subscribe button now. Thank you. Chapter 2. Liora slowly turned over in bed as she woke up, thinking how soft and comfortable the bed felt today. It was much softer than it had ever been before. She got out of bed, planning to head to the dorm's common area, but as she looked up, she noticed a tall window where the door to the hallway should have been. She quickly spun around in panic, realizing that she wasn't in her dorm room anymore. Instead, she was in a large, beautiful room filled with old-fashioned furniture and a big canopy bed. Her breath caught, and she gasped as she heard a slight movement in the corner of the room. Sitting there, almost hidden in the darkest shadow, was a man who was staring right at her. Liora froze in place, too scared to move, waiting for something to happen. "I'm sorry for scaring you," the man said in a deep, smooth voice, but he didn't move from his spot. "WH. Where am I?" Liora asked, her voice calmer than she expected, though she still stuttered a little. "My home. We found you in the woods, unconscious and badly hurt," he answered. Liora quickly looked at her arm, remembering the fall, and then grabbed her neck, wincing in pain when she touched it. She looked back up at the mysterious man in the corner. "Did you do this?" she asked, pointing to the bandages on her arm and neck. "No, my brother did," he replied. "Thank you," she whispered. "Can I use your phone?" "We don't have one," he said simply. Liora thought that was strange. "Could you please take me home?" she asked kindly. "I can't," he said, his voice flat. This made Liora nervous, and she started looking around the room, feeling more uncomfortable by the second. Just then, the door opened, and 3 figures entered. Liora quickly stepped back toward the window, clutching her hurt arm, which was starting to throb as her heart rate sped up. "Why didn't you call and tell us she was awake?" a young voice complained toward the man in the corner. One of the figures was holding a lantern, and Liora realized there were now 4 men in the room with her. Panic set in as she wondered what they would do to her. All 4 men noticed her heart rate increase, and they exchanged looks before turning back to her wide, frightened eyes. A long, awkward silence passed as Liora tried to calm herself. Finally, she gathered the courage to ask again. "Can one of you please take me home?" Her voice shook, and she tried her best not to sound like she was begging, but it was hard. She was terrified. One of the men sighed, and Liora looked at him, confused. He was the man in the dark corner. "We'll have to talk about that later. For now, you need to rest. We'll get you something to eat and drink." "What would you like?" another voice asked. Liora couldn't answer that question. Instead, she asked another. "Where am I?" "As I said, my home," the first voice she heard answered, but this time, his tone was more impatient. "But where is your home?" she whispered. "Nowhere special," he snapped at her. "Zorath, don't be rude," another voice spoke up. "Sorry about that. He's not used to having a beautiful young lady around." "I'm Kieran," he said as he walked closer and held out his hand for her to shake. Liora hesitated for a moment, but then she slowly shook his hand. "I'm Caden," said another man. Liora noticed how red his hair was and how young he looked, almost her age. She shook his hand too. She also noticed that their hands were cold, almost like they had been outside in the cold for a long time. Liora wondered why they were so cold, but she guessed it was because the room felt chilly and they didn't seem to have any electricity. "I'm Ronan," the next man introduced himself, holding out his hand eagerly. He seemed excited to feel her warm touch, and when Liora placed her hand in his, he shivered. Liora found this a bit odd and looked up at him with her own dark eyes, wondering why he had shivered. Ronan saw her gaze and gasped softly. "Your eyes." There, his eyes widened in surprise. "Black." "Yes, I know," Liora answered, not realizing that he shouldn't have been able to see the color of her eyes in the dark room. "I was born with obsidian-colored eyes," she whispered, feeling embarrassed. She always hated her black eyes. Her schoolmates used to call her names because of them. The other men glanced at her eyes too, but Liora didn't realize they could see perfectly in the dark. She blushed as they looked at her with curiosity. "That's Zorath, in the corner, as you heard," Kieran said, pointing to the man sitting in the shadows. "Thank you for helping me," Liora said, looking at each of the men. "I really need to go now," she added, though she didn't move, hoping they would let her leave. "You need to rest first," Ronan said as he placed the lantern on a nearby table. "Where are you from?" Caden asked. "I go to school at Atria Academy." "Why were you so far from your school?" Kieran asked. "I didn't think I had walked that far." "How far was I?" Liora asked, trying to figure out the distance, but also hoping to get them to tell her. "You were at least 11 miles out," Ronan replied. "I didn't know that. Why didn't you take me to my school after you found me?" "We didn't know where you came from, and we didn't have time to figure it out." "You needed help right away," Caden explained. "Why not take me to the hospital?" she asked, her voice a little more serious now. The men looked at each other, unsure how to answer her. "We're sorry. We weren't thinking clearly. When we saw how badly hurt you were, we kind of panicked," Ronan admitted. Zorath suddenly stood up and stormed out of the room, huffing angrily. Liora wondered what his problem was. "I feel fine and rested. Could you please take me home now?" she asked again, this time with more urgency in her voice. Kieran didn't know how to tell her that she wouldn't be going home, but he knew he had to say something. "If you don't mind, my brothers and I need to talk about something," Kieran said, gesturing to the others to follow him to the door. As soon as the door closed behind them, Liora heard the sound of a key turning in the lock. She gasped and quickly ran to the window. Her fingers fumbled nervously as she searched for the lock. Once she found it, she forced it open, cutting her finger in the process. She pushed the window open and peered outside, her heart racing in panic. To her horror, she saw that she was at least 3 stories high. But then she spotted a trellis and, with one quick motion, grabbed onto it and jumped from the window. She hurriedly climbed down, and once her feet touched the ground, she sprinted away, hoping she was heading in the right direction, or at least somewhere close to it. The moment she crossed the small yard and entered the forest, she was caught by 2 strong hands. She was then thrown over someone's shoulder. As soon as she realized what was happening, she began to scream. "Let me go! Let me go!" she screamed as loud as she could. She was dropped roughly onto the ground, landing hard on her rear. "Ouch!" she cried, anger and pain filling her voice. Suddenly, the other 3 men appeared outside. "What happened?" Kieran demanded, his voice firm. "I ran into her while she was running away from the house," Zorath growled, glaring at her. Liora wondered why he already sounded like he hated her. She didn't even know him. "Please, just let me go. I promise I won't tell anyone you found me," she said, her body trembling with fear. Kieran knelt down in front of her, waving the others away. "What's your name?" "You don't need to know my name. Just let me go," she snapped, her frustration rising. He sighed and shook his head. Then he stood up and offered her his hand to help her up. Liora refused and stood up by herself. Wanting to see what would happen next, subscribe to this channel to get to listen to more of our upcoming exciting stories. Click on the subscribe button now. Thank you. Chapter 3. Kieran looked into Liora's beautiful dark eyes, wishing she would smile, but he knew that wasn't going to happen right now. "Please, come back inside," Kieran asked kindly. "No, I'm going home," she snapped, almost yelling, and started walking in the direction she hoped was her school. "I'm sorry, but I can't let you leave," Kieran said firmly, holding her arm to stop her from walking any further. Liora was stunned by his words, and a tear instantly appeared on her red cheek. "Why?" she mumbled, staring at him in disbelief. "Because we don't want anyone to know where we live," he answered, sounding sorry. "I don't even know where here is, and I promise I won't tell anyone about you." She shook her head, pleading with him. "No. I'm sorry, I can't," Kieran said again. Liora looked around, then when Kieran released her arm and looked down in shame, she bolted as fast as she could towards the darkest part of the yard and ran for the forest again. But once again, she was caught by a strong grip. Liora screamed, kicked, and hit at Kieran's back after he lifted her over his shoulder. Tears ran down his shirt from her eyes as he carried her back into the house. She was so confused about how she got inside so quickly. Kieran set her down on her feet and pointed at her. "Please don't try to run again. As you can see, we can catch you every time," he said calmly. She glared at Kieran and crossed her arms tightly over her chest. Caden suddenly moved a chair next to her for her to sit, which made her jump. She tripped over her own foot and fell, banging her injured arm on the ground. Liora whimpered quietly and quickly stood up, not wanting to show weakness, but deep down, she knew they had seen all her vulnerabilities. "Please sit down. Ronan will cook you something to eat," Kieran said softly, before heading out of the kitchen with a serious look on his face. He hated seeing her upset and in pain, but he knew he couldn't let her leave. Liora sat down and watched as Ronan pulled ingredients from the fridge. She was surprised, they had electricity after all. But then why hadn't the lights been on in the room where she woke up? She wondered to herself. Caden flicked the light switch on, and the bulb immediately blew out. "Shoot, I forgot about that. Do you think we have any new ones, Ronan?" "I don't know, look in the pantry." Ronan waved his hand dismissively. He was too distracted staring at Liora while preparing her meal, which made her feel even more uncomfortable. Liora glanced at the open door where Kieran had left, wondering if she could try again to sneak away. But before she could plan her escape, Caden came back and jumped on top of the table. "Caden, get down from there," Ronan barked suddenly. "I need to put this bulb in," Caden argued back. Ronan shook his head but didn't say anything more. "I hope you like bacon and eggs." That's all we had time to grab. "Not really. No bacon for me, please," Liora huffed. She figured it was better to eat something to quiet her rumbling stomach before she tried to escape again. "Vegetarian?" Ronan asked. "No, I just don't want any," she replied in a bored tone. "All right then. How do you like your eggs?" he asked with a sweet smile. Liora was confused. How could someone so kind-looking be keeping her against her will? Just scrambled and a plain slice of bread if you have it, please," she said, watching as Caden cleaned the table. "What would you like to drink?" Caden asked next. "Water's fine," Liora replied, clearly annoyed by his cheerful attitude. Caden, looking thrilled, grinned, "Bottle?" His voice was full of excitement. Liora nodded, and Caden shot off so quickly that she had to blink twice, then rub her eyes. "How?" she began to ask, but then thought she must have imagined it. "How what?" Ronan saw her pointing toward the door. He glanced at the door just as Caden came back in, and Ronan glared at him hard. "Here you go, 1 bottle of water," Caden said happily as he placed it down in front of Liora. "What?" he asked, looking confused at Ronan. Ronan pursed his lips and glared at Caden before shaking his head in disapproval. "What did I do?" Caden's voice went up 2 pitches. Ronan's gaze shifted to Liora, and Caden followed his look. "Oh," Caden muttered, then quickly left the room. "What was all that about?" Liora asked, utterly confused by their strange behavior. "He's a goofball sometimes," Ronan replied simply. After devouring her scrambled eggs and bread slice, Liora noticed Ronan watching her closely. The others returned to the kitchen and took seats around the table, staring at Liora with nervous eyes. Her stomach twisted, and she almost regretted eating. Thoughts raced through her head, but most of all, she feared they might hurt her or worse. "You may go anywhere in the house, except through the doors with the gold doorknobs. Those are off limits. If you're caught going through any of those doors, there will be consequences," Zorath said sternly. Liora took a deep breath, her black eyes wide with shock. A tear rolled down one of her already reddened cheeks, and she sniffled softly. "We can show you the house now, if you're ready," Kieran said this time. Liora nodded, unable to find her voice, and stood up slowly. The guys led her through the library, the media room, and showed her some of the golden doorknobs, which they told her she couldn't touch. The last place they took her to was a small open garden in the center of the house. It was outdoors, but the house surrounded it on all four sides, towering with 3 stories high walls. Dead rose bushes were scattered across the garden, and 4 large trees stood in each corner. In the middle, there was a gazebo next to a small koi pond, but the pond was lifeless now. Liora sighed quietly to herself. She thought the garden could have been beautiful if it wasn't so full of death. After showing her the garden, they took her back to her room, but only Kieran went in with her. You have your own private bathroom, he pointed to the door on her right. Then, he pointed to the one on her left. And a walk-in closet. We will bring you clothes and anything else you need. The trellis has been removed, and your windows have been nailed shut, along with all the other windows in the house. Do you have any questions? He asked with a serious look on his face. He felt awful about what he was doing, but he couldn't bring himself to let her leave. There was something about her that kept him from letting go. Liora couldn't believe what was happening. How had she ended up in this situation? Was her life always going to be full of bad things? She collapsed helplessly onto an antique armchair and began to cry. Why can't I just go home? She sobbed. Kieran looked at her with sorrow but didn't apologize. Instead, he sighed and approached her slowly, until he was standing in front of her. We can't, he said quietly. That's all I can tell you for now. Please, don't try to escape again. If Zorath finds you first, there's no telling what he'll do to you before the rest of us can catch up, he warned in a serious and sad tone. Liora's breath caught as his words sank in. She remembered the hate she'd seen in Zorath's eyes and the strength of his grip when he'd caught her. She knew she needed to pray that Zorath wouldn't be the one to find her first, because there was no way she wasn't going to try to escape again. After Kieran left, Liora cried for hours. Outside her door, all 4 of the guys stood silently, listening to her sobbing. They all felt helpless. What can we do? Caden whispered, his voice breaking as if he might cry too. Nothing, Zorath whispered angrily and stormed off. Zorath's cold exterior fooled the others, just as he wanted. But once he was alone in his room, he collapsed to his knees, his face in his hands. He hated that the girl, whose name he still didn't know, was hurting because of him. But what he hated even more was the way she made him feel. Never in his life had he felt so vulnerable and weak. He growled, frustrated with himself. Meanwhile, outside Liora's door, the other 3 guys noticed that her crying had stopped. Do you think she fell asleep? Caden asked, worry in his voice. I think so, Ronan replied. You 2 go hunt and take Zorath with you. I'll stand guard, Ronan offered. Caden and Kieran nodded and went off to find Zorath. Ronan stayed, quietly listening to the sound of Liora's steady breathing and slow heartbeat through the door. He longed to be inside the room, watching her like Zorath had, but he didn't want to scare her. So, he remained patiently outside, waiting for either his shift to end or for his desire to see her to grow too strong to bear. Wanting to see what would happen next, subscribe to this channel to get to listen to more of our upcoming exciting stories. Click on the subscribe button now. Thank you. Chapter 4. Ronan had been so focused on listening to Liora's soft, sleeping breaths and the steady rhythm of her heartbeat that he didn't hear his brothers come back. Caden approached him silently until he finally spoke up, your turn to hunt. Ronan's head snapped up in surprise, and if his back wasn't already against the wall, he might have stumbled backwards several feet. Man, what's wrong with you? Caden asked, curious. Nothing, Ronan muttered, his mood sour. Has she woken up? Caden asked, tilting his head toward the door. No, Ronan grumbled, turning away and walking off. Caden stood there, confused by his brother's behavior, watching him leave. Man, first Zorath and now you. I hope whatever it is, isn't contagious, Caden laughed. Liora finally woke up, needing to use the restroom. As soon as she remembered where she was, tears filled her eyes again. She let out a sharp scream in frustration, then climbed back into bed and threw all the pillows across the room and at the door. Then, she climbed out of bed and went to the window, hoping she could somehow open it. But when she saw the nails inside and out, she knew it was no use. She grunted in frustration as she stomped back toward the bed, but before she could get there, there was a knock on the door. Liora didn't even bother speaking as she stayed seated on the bed. The door creaked open slowly, and Caden peeked around the door. "Are you okay?" he asked, eyeing the pillows scattered on the floor. "No," she snapped. Caden stepped inside the room. "Is there anything I can do for you or get you?" "Yes, you can let me go home," she shouted, narrowing her eyes at him. Caden's eyes widened in shock at her outburst, and before he could react, he was shoved from behind through the bedroom door. Kieran and Zorath came to see what the noise was about. They looked at the pillows on the floor and then at each other, chuckling. Liora crossed her arms tightly and huffed, glaring at them. The guys laughed again and pulled Caden out of the room and into the hallway, leaving a furious Liora alone in her room. "Damn, she looks like she could rip your head off, Caden." "I wouldn't dare go back in there again," Zorath joked, ruffling Caden's hair. Liora's stomach growled loudly after more hours of crying. She had finally cried herself out, for now at least. She hated the thought of staying in the room, but if she was going to escape, it wouldn't happen by sitting there. She peeked out into the hallway and then tiptoed quietly down the hall. She hoped to either find an exit or the kitchen, but as she moved further, the guys heard her footsteps. Kieran stepped out of his bedroom first, which was farther down the hall from her room, and leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed, watching her walk by. He waited for her to pass before following behind her and into the kitchen. She went straight to the fridge and started looking around. There was only a carton of eggs and a package of bacon. She sighed and closed the fridge, then went to sit at the table. "I'll pick up some groceries later," Kieran said, sitting down across from her. Liora ignored him, pretending he wasn't even there. "Caden," Kieran called. Caden appeared in a flash, and Kieran gave him a sharp look, but Liora didn't even notice their exchange or Caden's sudden arrival. "Yeah?" Caden said, holding his hands up in apology, his shoulders shrugging, still out of Liora's sight. "She's hungry," Kieran said quietly. "Oh, sure." "Eggs?" Caden asked, walking over to Liora. Liora nodded once, and Caden glanced at Kieran, who just shrugged and shook his head. Caden prepared the eggs, and Liora ate them quickly, even burning her mouth because her stomach was making so much noise. "I'm going to head into town. Is there anything specific you want me to pick up for you?" Kieran asked Liora, but she just shook her head without looking at him. He sighed, pulled out a notepad and a pen, and began to write a list. Liora stood up from the table and started heading back to her room when she nearly ran into Zorath. Zorath's clothes were greasy, and his hands smelled like gasoline. "The other generator is up," he said, glancing at the guys. He then turned to Liora, who was frozen in place. "You've got electricity now in your room, and hot water if you want to bathe," he said, wiping his greasy hands on a towel. "I'll get you some clothes to wear until I get back with new ones," Kieran said, getting up from the table and leaving the kitchen. Zorath looked into Liora's eyes, and she held her ground until he took a step closer. She quickly moved around him and walked back to her room. Later, Kieran knocked lightly on Liora's door, then let himself in. "Here you go," he said, looking at Liora, who was curled up in the middle of the bed, hugging her knees. "These will be too big on you, but it's just temporary. I need to know your sizes." Liora didn't acknowledge him. "Look," Kieran raised his voice, making Liora jump and finally look into his eyes. She felt like crying again, but she held herself together, clenching her fists tightly. "You can either make this easier by telling me your sizes so I can get you proper clothes, or you can keep being stubborn and make it harder on yourself," he yelled at her. "Tell me your sizes, or I'll just buy anything, and I won't exchange them for the right ones later." Liora's lip quivered, and Kieran hated himself for raising his voice, but he needed to know. Seeing her lip tremble made him feel like he wanted to fall to his knees and apologize, but he didn't understand why he felt that way. Liora whispered her measurements, feeling embarrassed, and finally started crying again. She just wanted him to leave her room already. Thank you, and I'm sorry, Kieran whispered before leaving. Liora was taken aback by the genuine tone of his apology and stared at the door in confusion after he left. She didn't know what to think because it seemed so real, but why would her captors apologize to her? Zorath, will you stay and watch the girl? Kieran asked as he finished writing the shopping list. Yes. But we'll need to go back to town later to get 2 new generators. The one on the west side is about to break down, Zorath replied, looking even dirtier than when Liora had seen him earlier in the kitchen. All right, Kieran nodded. Kieran, Caden, and Ronan headed to town, leaving Zorath behind to keep an eye on Liora and make sure the generator kept running. Liora eventually cried herself to sleep, and when she fell silent, Zorath peeked into her room. He saw her puffy eyes and tear-streaked face as he moved closer. He sighed sadly, wishing there was something he could do to comfort her. After catching a whiff of her sweet scent, he quickly left the room and stayed away from her door, waiting for the guys to return. After crying herself to sleep once more, Liora took a peaceful 4-hour nap. When she woke, she noticed the clothes that the guy with long, dirty blonde hair had left for her. She was confused again by the tone of his voice when he apologized. Liora wondered to herself why someone who had taken her from her friends, well, she couldn't call them family, because they were never around, but still, why would they be so kind to her? Sincere, even. Why did they have to find her? Why not just take her to the hospital? She forced herself to stop thinking that way before the tears started again, as she felt she had cried enough for one day. The clothes had to belong to one of the guys, and she guessed they were the smallest, likely the youngest one. She turned on the shower and waited for the water to warm up. Her mind was filled with questions. Why were these guys all living together in this remote forest with no electricity, barely any food, and none of them seemed related? They were all so incredibly good-looking, so why were they hiding out here like the hunchback of Notre Dame or something? Something about these 4 guys didn't sit right with Liora, and she hoped she wouldn't have to be stuck there long enough to figure out the answers to her questions. Zorath heard the shower turn on from Leora's bathroom and rushed to the generator to keep it running. It sputtered and popped as he cursed under his breath, trying to keep it going. He had to make sure the water stayed warm long enough for her shower. Luckily, her shower was quick, and he managed to swap out the generators. Liora noticed the electricity flicker, then come back on. She was relieved that it didn't happen while she was in the shower. Afterward, Liora decided to explore the house since she had been told she could. She wandered into a library and looked through all the shelves. Then, she thought about asking for lunch, but when she got to the kitchen, she noticed none of the guys were around. She looked around the room and then started down another hall. Just as she was about to say, "Hello, is anyone here?" she stumbled upon an open door where a man, his back to her, was half-dressed. She gasped and quickly walked back toward the kitchen. As she turned around, Zorath, now dressed, grabbed her shoulder, and she turned to face him. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at him suspiciously. "How did you get dressed so fast?" "What are you doing?" he asked, his voice low and angry. I was just looking for the guy who cooks," she stammered, scared by the sharp look in his eyes. "Oh, he'll be back later. What do you want?" Zorath's voice softened a little. "I'm hungry," she whispered. Zorath nodded, then grabbed her by the arm and dragged her into the kitchen, pushing her down into a chair. Liora winced, a sharp pain shooting through her arm as she gripped it, where his fingers had left bruises. A tear slipped down her cheek, and she angrily wiped it away. Zorath, having taken the eggs out of the fridge, noticed her rubbing her arm where he had gripped it. He set the carton down on the counter and walked over to her, gently taking her arm this time and sitting down next to her. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't realize I had grabbed you that hard," Zorath apologized, not looking into her eyes. Liora was shocked. How could this rude man apologize so sincerely to her and actually sound upset by what he had done? Zorath was angry with himself for hurting her, and he desperately wanted to leave so he would never hurt her again. He promised himself he would try harder to be more careful with her. Liora felt uncomfortable as she ate the eggs, knowing Zorath was watching her. She could feel the tension in the air, and all she wanted to do was escape, but she had to finish eating. Several times, she choked on the food as she tried to eat quickly and return to her room. "Thank you," she whispered, pushing herself away from the table. She didn't really feel like thanking her captor, but she thought it was best to stay on his good side since he seemed to rarely have one. Wanting to see what would happen next, subscribe to this channel to get to listen to more of our upcoming exciting stories. Click on the subscribe button now. Thank you. Chapter 5. Liora was about to leave the kitchen and head back to her quiet room when the other three guys returned home. Caden was the last to come in, and he happened to forget to shut and lock the door behind him. Liora watched as the guys entered the kitchen, arms stacked high with grocery bags and a few boxes. As they passed by her, they quickly said hello, not noticing the door still wide open, but Liora noticed. As they turned their backs to her to put the groceries down, she slowly began to sneak towards the open door, keeping her eyes on them. She knew if they saw her, she'd have to run, but they didn't realize Caden had left the door open. Liora reached the door and bolted, thinking she had a good head start on her captors, but what she didn't know was that they could hear her fast steps across the wooden porch. Kieran, Zorath, and Ronan all looked at Caden and shouted his name in frustration. "Caden!" They rushed from the house and instantly picked up her scent, chasing after her. "She's headed for the cliff!" Zorath shouted angrily. He pushed himself faster to catch up to her. Kieran went left, and Ronan went right, trying to flank her, but Zorath was the first to catch up. Liora looked behind her and saw Zorath closing in on her faster than any human could, but she didn't see the cliff's edge. Without warning, she ran right off the cliff. She screamed at the top of her lungs, and the sound made all the guys cover their ears in pain from her high-pitched scream. They didn't understand why her scream did that to them, but they thought it was too late for her until they heard her scream again. Zorath dropped to his knees at the cliff's edge and saw Liora barely hanging onto a tree root. She screamed in fear as she looked down at the deadly drop below her and then up at her captor above her. "Take my hand!" Zorath yelled. Liora hesitated, and Zorath growled in frustration. Kieran leaned over the edge and yelled down to her. "Grab his damn hand, or you'll fall to your death." He growled too. Liora reached for Zorath's hand but felt her grip slipping. She whimpered, and the guys knew she was about to fall. To the guys, it felt like minutes passed, but to Liora, it was only a fraction of a second when Zorath's hand grabbed hers just as her grip gave way. He swung her up over the edge, and she crashed into the hard ground, rolling into the side of a large pine tree. Before she could open her eyes, the guys surrounded her. She looked up, gasping as she saw their dark, hungry eyes. She didn't understand why they looked like they were about to devour her, but when the pain in her arms shot through her, she screamed again, this time even louder. The guys flinched, watching as Liora's eyes rolled back into her head. "Oh my gosh, is she dead?" Caden blurted out before thinking, and the others glared at him. "Hear her heartbeat, moron." Zorath snapped, then ran off. Kieran picked up the injured Liora and rushed her back into the house. He carefully placed her on the kitchen table. "She's made the wound worse," Kieran cursed as he and Ronan cleaned Liora's injury. Her arm looked like a mangled mess, but at least it wasn't broken. Kieran was relieved it wasn't worse, but he knew her arm and wrist would be extremely painful for a while. Fixing her arm felt more like performing minor surgery. He gave her a shot of penicillin, praying she wasn't allergic, and then numbed the area around the wound so he could clean it. Liora's eyes flickered, and she whimpered. When she saw Ronan holding her down and Kieran working on her arm, she started to squirm and cry out. "Be still, or I'll have to knock you out," Kieran snapped. "I'm trying to get all the dirt and twigs out of your arm." He focused, trying to finish. Liora squeezed her eyes shut and turned her head away from him, still crying. Her breath caught, and she couldn't keep her cries quiet, they only grew louder. "Please," she gasped out, barely able to speak. Zorath returned to the kitchen after his quick hunt and flinched when he saw Ronan holding Liora down while Kieran finished stitching up her arm. "Why don't I just," Zorath started to suggest, but Kieran cut him off before he could finish. "No. Not yet," Kieran said through clenched teeth. He was so frustrated at that moment that he could probably tear a house down. "Done," Kieran said and quickly ran out of the house, with Ronan following close behind. Zorath could tell they needed to hunt, so he stayed behind to deal with Liora, who was still lying on the table, her eyes tightly shut, crying. He picked her up in his arms, surprised that she didn't fight him. Liora was too exhausted, so she let him carry her, her eyes still closed tightly. Zorath laid her in the bed and slowly backed away, watching her as feelings stirred inside him that he didn't understand. He closed the door behind him, then slid down the wall to sit on the floor, putting his face in his hands and sighing deeply. Liora's cries became louder as he sat there, feeling conflicted and unsure. Liora woke to the sound of screaming coming from somewhere in the house. She could hear all the guys shouting, but their words were so fast she couldn't understand what they were saying. She gritted her teeth in pain as she sat up, holding her arm. Her body was sore, and her arm burned, so she decided to take a warm bath. She locked her bedroom door before heading to her bathroom. "You idiot," Ronan shouted at Caden. "How could you be so irresponsible, Caden?" Kieran asked in a calmer tone. "I forgot to shut and lock the door." "I'm sorry, guys," Caden pleaded for forgiveness. "She could have been killed," Zorath hissed through clenched teeth. "We haven't had company here in years, let alone a human," Caden tried again. "You need to be more careful, Caden, or we might accidentally kill her." "Do you want that to happen?" Kieran said, his voice serious as he looked at the youngest member of their group. "Of course not." "I don't want her to die," Caden said softly. Zorath, on the other hand, began to think that the best option for them and the girl was to just get rid of her. "Why don't we just finish her off? Her blood is so tempting, it wouldn't hurt her so much to end it that way." Kieran, Caden, and Ronan all looked at their brother in shock. "No," they all shouted together. All right. "No killing her," Zorath laughed, holding his hands up as if surrendering. He was joking, but deep down, did he really want to kill her? "Shoo, do you hear that?" Ronan waved his hand at his brothers to get their attention. "She's taking a bath," Kieran said in relief. The guys grew quiet, listening for any sound coming from the girl, whose name they still didn't know. Wanting to see what would happen next, subscribe to this channel to get to listen to more of our upcoming exciting stories. Click on the subscribe button now. Thank you. Chapter 6. Liora sat in the warm water, letting the heat seep into her skin. It helped relax her aching and sore muscles a little. She couldn't hear the guys arguing anymore, and she felt some relief at that. Her arm still burned as she rested it on the edge of the tub to keep it dry. Liora thought the burning was probably because of an infection, especially since it felt hot to the touch. She began to whimper quietly to herself again and then started to sing a soft, wordless melody, the kind she usually sang to calm herself. Her voice wavered, and tears threatened to flow harder from her already red eyes, which were as dark as obsidian. She felt like it was the end for her, but then she began to think, if the guys who had taken her wanted her to die, then why did they save her from the cliff and bandage her wounds? Why not just let her die? Then another fear crept in, and her body stiffened with dread. What if they wanted to kill her slowly after they had their fun with her? Her soft song ended as another wave of tears overtook her. The guys, still listening from a distance, enjoyed the beautiful melody she sang, but sighed when they heard her break into louder sobs. They couldn't understand why her sad but beautiful song affected them so deeply or why they were so unwilling to let her go. Zorath and Caden left for town this time. They still had to pick up 2 new generators and some gasoline. Kieran was reading a book from his library, and Ronan was downstairs, trying to fix the old, sputtering generator. After a while, Ronan gave up on keeping the old machine going and kicked it out of frustration, causing a huge dent in the basement wall. Feeling the house shake, Kieran rolled his eyes and ran downstairs. "What happened?" Sorry, it pissed me off. Looks like I'll need to fix the wall and stabilize the house. Ronan grinned sheepishly, embarrassed by his tantrum. Fine, Kieran muttered, heading back to his library. Zorath and Kaidan returned, and Zorath installed the 2 new generators. He laughed at Ronan's tantrum results, while Kaidan pouted. Why does Ronan get away with things like this and I don't? Kaidan complained. It's different, Ronan replied. Kaidan huffed and stormed upstairs. Liora decided she wouldn't leave her room again. As night fell, the guys didn't even bring her any food. She eventually fell asleep with a hungry, growling stomach but was too scared to leave her room. The next day, at noon, Kieran went to the others. Have you seen or heard the girl come out of her room? Nope, they all replied. No, but I did hear the bathroom faucet run a few times during the night, Kaidan added. Kieran walked to her door, and the rest followed. He tried the doorknob, but it was locked. He knocked, but Liora didn't answer. Get me the key, Kieran sighed, and Kaidan rushed off to find it. Within seconds, Kieran was unlocking the door and peeking inside. Liora was curled up in the middle of the bed, fast asleep. He walked over to her and placed his hand on her forehead to check for a fever. Sure enough, she was burning up. He quickly turned to Ronan. Get my bag now, he ordered, and Ronan ran to fetch it. Will she be all right? Kaidan asked, sounding small and worried. I'm pretty sure she will be, Kieran said as he touched her forehead again. His ice-cold touch made Liora wake up. She gasped and flinched away, but when she moved, the pain in her arm was so intense that she screamed, and the sound was so high-pitched that the guys covered their ears in agony. The scream was so loud it felt like it might blow their heads off. As Liora panted to catch her breath, she saw Ronan move with blinding speed, and then she looked at the other guys, who were just as shocked as she was. Her vision blurred, and she felt like she was fading, either from this world or just from the moment. She closed her eyes and fell back to sleep against her will. Kieran worked quickly, giving her a full round of antibiotics and redressing all her wounds. Her arm looked slightly infected, but it wasn't bad enough to explain the fever. He was puzzled. After he finished, he went to his personal office and began looking through his old medical books for answers. What's going on? Zorath asked, entering Kieran's office. Kieran scratched his head. I'm not sure. I've never seen anything like this. It's like there's something else causing her fever, but I can't figure it out. The shot I gave her when we cleaned the wound should have worked by now, but it's like I didn't give her anything at all. He looked up at Zorath gravely. Have Ronan and Kaidan keep cool, wet rags on her. Liora sat in the warm water, letting the heat sink into her skin. It helped ease the soreness in her tired muscles. She couldn't hear the guys arguing anymore, and she was a little relieved by the quiet. Her arm still burned as she rested it on the edge of the tub to keep it dry. Liora thought the burning sensation might be from an infection, especially since her arm felt hot to the touch. She started to whimper to herself again, then softly sang a wordless tune that usually helped calm her. Her voice cracked, and tears welled up in her already reddened eyes. It felt like everything was coming to an end, but then she began to think, if the guys who were holding her captive wanted her dead, then why had they saved her from the cliff or treated her wounds? Why not let her die then? A new fear gripped her heart, and she stiffened with dread. What if they wanted to kill her slowly after they had their fun with her? Her gentle song ended, replaced by another round of crying. The guys, still listening from a distance, enjoyed her soft melody, but when they heard her break into louder sobs, they sighed. They didn't understand why her sad, yet beautiful singing affected them so much or why they couldn't bring themselves to let her go. This time, Zorath and Kaidan went into town to pick up 2 new generators and some gasoline. Kieran was reading a book in the library, while Ronan was downstairs trying to fix the old, struggling generator. After some time, Ronan gave up on trying to keep the generator running and kicked it in frustration. The impact created a large dent in the basement wall. When Kieran felt the house shake, he rolled his eyes and ran downstairs. What happened? Sorry, it pissed me off. Looks like I'll need to fix the wall and stabilize the house. Ronan grinned sheepishly, embarrassed by his outburst. Fine, Kieran said, heading back to the library. By the time Zorath and Kaidan returned, Zorath had installed the new generators. He laughed at Ronan's tantrum, while Kaidan pouted. Why does Ronan get away with stuff like this and I don't? Kaidan complained. It's different, Ronan replied. Huh, Kaidan muttered and stormed upstairs. Liora decided she wouldn't leave her room again. As night fell, the guys didn't bring her anything to eat. She eventually fell asleep with a hungry, growling stomach, but she was too scared to leave her room. The next day, around noon, Kieran went to the guys. Have you seen or heard the girl come out of her room? Nope, they each replied. No, but I heard the bathroom faucet running a few times last night, Kaidan added. Kieran went to her door with the others following. He tried the doorknob, but it was locked. He knocked, but Liora didn't answer. Get me the key, Kieran sighed, and Kaidan rushed off to find it. Within seconds, Kieran unlocked the door and peeked inside. Liora was curled up in the middle of the bed, fast asleep. Kieran walked over and placed his hand on her forehead to check for a fever. Sure enough, she was burning up. He quickly turned to Ronan. Get my bag now, he ordered, and Ronan ran to get it. Will she be all right? Kaidan asked quietly, worry in his voice. I'm pretty sure she will be, Kieran said as he touched her forehead again. The coldness of his touch made Liora stir awake. She gasped and flinched away, but as she moved, the pain in her arm became so intense that she screamed. The guys covered their ears in pain as her scream felt like it might burst their eardrums. As Liora tried to catch her breath, she saw Ronan move with blinding speed and then looked at the other guys, who were just as shocked as she was. Her vision blurred, and she felt like she was slipping away from that moment. She closed her eyes and fell back to sleep involuntarily. Kieran worked quickly, giving her a full round of antibiotics and dressing her wounds. Her arm looked slightly infected but not enough to explain her fever. He was puzzled. After finishing, he went to his personal office to look through his medical books for answers. What's going on? Zorath asked, entering Kieran's office. Kieran scratched his head. I'm not sure. I've never seen anything like this. It's like there's something else causing her fever, but I can't figure it out. The shot I gave her should have worked by now, but it's like it didn't even happen. He looked up at Zorath with concern. Tell Ronan and Kaidan to keep cool, wet rags on her. Zorath nodded and left to relay the message to the others. Kieran returned to Liora's bedside, still puzzled by the strange situation. Wanting to see what would happen next, subscribe to this channel to get to listen to more of our upcoming exciting stories. Click on the subscribe button now. Thank you. Chapter 7. Liora finally opened her eyes 2 whole days after Zorath had healed her injuries and fever. As soon as she saw Kieran, she felt the urge to close them again. Remembering she had been taken against her will overpower the fact that Kieran was attractive enough to stare at for hours, but she was still angry. What's wrong? She asked as she looked around the room. Nothing. I just wanted to make sure you were okay, Kieran replied, looking at her with a confused expression. He was still trying to figure out this girl, who he couldn't seem to stop thinking about. Liora found his expression strange but decided not to dwell on it. The urge to use the restroom took over, and she carefully moved, expecting sharp pain to shoot through her body. But instead, there was nothing. In fact, she felt great. She grabbed her arm and gasped in surprise. How? She whispered, probing her arm carefully. You've been asleep for 2 days, Kieran answered. Yeah, but even after 2 days, that gash shouldn't be healed, let alone completely scar-free. She examined her arm, then ran her hand over her neck. Liora quickly snapped her head up and glared at Kieran. She knew he wasn't being truthful. No, I must have been out for more than 2 days, more like months. No, just 2 days, he said calmly. You're lying. There's no way, Liora raised her voice, growing frustrated. She sulked and walked to the restroom without pressing him further because her bladder demanded attention. The other 3 guys peeked into the room, chuckling at Kieran. "What are you going to tell her?" Caden whispered to Kieran. "I'm not telling her anything," Kieran snapped back in a whisper, already annoyed. "Should we tell her?" Ronan whispered, and Liora overheard as she exited the bathroom. "Yes, you should tell me." "Tell me now," she demanded, folding her arms across her chest. The guys exchanged uncertain glances before looking back at her. "We're not telling you anything. You haven't even told us your name, so why should we tell you anything?" Zorath snapped rudely. Liora inhaled sharply, staring daggers at Zorath before sitting in the armchair at the foot of her bed. "Liora," she answered coldly. "Liora. Well, that wasn't so hard, was it?" Zorath remarked sarcastically. "Are you going to tell me now?" How my arm healed without a trace of a scar, she shot back with her own sarcasm. "I don't know, you tell us." "It's your body," Zorath replied bluntly. Liora felt like growling at him, but then she remembered hanging on to the root. Zorath had growled at her, and when he opened his mouth, she noticed how sharp some of his teeth looked. She shook her head, thinking it must have been a hallucination. Zorath left the room, and Ronan and Caden walked in further. "Hungry?" Caden asked her. Liora nodded, and Caden immediately ran to the kitchen to start cooking. "Will you please tell me something?" Liora asked, her frustration growing. "What?" Kieran asked as he stood to leave. "What are you going to do to me?" she shouted finally. "Just keep you," Kieran replied and then ran off in his incredibly fast speed. He didn't feel the need to hide what they were anymore, knowing Caden would probably mess up again anyway. Liora gasped and screamed as she saw Kieran disappear. She jumped, scooting to the center of the bed. Kieran, Caden, and Zorath all reappeared in the bedroom in a flash. "What happened?" Caden asked, noticing the fear in Liora's eyes. "He disappeared." "How did he do that?" she screamed, pointing at Kieran. "Stop screaming," Zorath shouted, then moved so quickly that Liora blinked. "We are vampires," he growled menacingly. Liora flinched slightly but then scoffed. "Insane much?" Before Liora could say or do anything else, Zorath grabbed her arm, cut it with his nail, and as she screamed, he quickly healed it. The guys were about to move and stop him, but it was all over before they even made a move. "What?" "Impossible." "No," she scrambled off the other side of the bed and dashed for the door. She knew the guys were blocking it, but she didn't care. She was going to fight her way out, and that's exactly what she tried to do. Ronan spun her around, she swung back, and he caught her fist. She then pushed his hands away and tried to run down the hallway again, only to run straight into a wall. She looked up and saw that the wall was Zorath, and she reared back and slapped him across his cheek. Then, she pounded on his chest with her fists and screamed until Zorath grabbed her wrists, holding her against the wall. He wrapped a hand around her neck, but without applying any pressure, and hissed in her ear. "Stop fighting or I'll kill you," Zorath growled through his teeth. "Zorath, let her go," Kieran ordered, clearly concerned that Zorath had gone too far. "No one slaps me in the face," he snarled, showing his teeth in a dangerous growl, then glared at Liora while pressing a little harder on her delicate neck. She gulped loudly, afraid that this might be the end for her, but suddenly, Zorath was gone. She dropped to the floor, gasping. She held her throat, which now had a perfect handprint bruise forming. The guys slowly backed out and shut the door, giving Liora some space. But they hadn't gone far. As soon as they closed the door, Liora jumped up, grabbed the tall lamp next to the bed, and smashed it through the window. Kieran caught her arm just as she grabbed the edge to jump, causing her to cut herself. He quickly lifted her up, even though she was thrashing around violently, and carried her to the bathroom, locking the screaming Liora inside. "She got hurt," Caden whispered, concerned, as he watched Kieran. "It's not that bad." "She'll be fine," Kieran said, brushing past Caden. "Are you leaving her in there?" Caden asked, his voice louder now, surprised by Kieran's calmness. For now. I need to fix the window. Kieran's voice was low, filled with regret. I'll clean up the glass, Ronan said, rushing to grab the broom and dustpan. I'll finish making Liora something to eat, Caden said, trying to cheer up, though only a little. Caden found Zorath sitting in the kitchen, looking pained. You know, Zorath, ever since that girl showed up, I've seen more emotions from you than I have in the past 20 years, Caden said cheerfully. Shut up, Zorath snapped, then ran to his room. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Liora lay curled up on the floor in pain, terrified. She couldn't believe what was happening. She looked at her fresh wounds and gently pulled a few slivers of glass out. She wondered why or how she had ended up in this situation. She had always called herself unlucky, and now it seemed like her bad luck had come true. Liora heard a soft knock on the bathroom door and moved away fearfully, pressing herself into the corner. As she cradled her knees, Caden entered with a plate of food. Her stomach growled just from the smell of it. Caden had made her a grilled ham and cheese sandwich with a fruit salad on the side. Here you go. I hope you like it, Caden said, setting the plate and a bottle of water on the sink counter. I'm sorry you're scared. Not all of us are scary or mean like Zorath. Caden frowned and nodded at her before leaving, locking the bathroom door behind himself. Kieran and Ronan were finishing up boarding the window. They'd have to rebuild the antique window themselves, but for now, a board would have to do since Liora had been determined to escape through the glass. Kieran walked into the bathroom and sat on the toilet beside Liora, sighing. We've boarded up the window. We'll fix it later, as long as you promise not to break it again. Otherwise, the board will stay, for your safety. He looked at her sad face, wishing he could make her smile. I can have Zorath heal that for you. Kieran nodded toward Liora's arm, but she shook her head, refusing. As Kieran stood to leave, Liora surprised him. Are you really a vampire? She asked in a soft whisper, full of fear. Yes, he answered softly, then walked out. Wanting to see what would happen next, subscribe to this channel to get to listen to more of our upcoming exciting stories. Click on the subscribe button now. Thank you. Chapter 8. The next 2 days passed in silence. None of the guys spoke to each other, and Liora didn't leave her room. She still hasn't come out? Kieran asked Caden, holding a plate of food to take to her room. Caden shook his head. No, and she's barely eating anything, he frowned, clearly worried. Don't take her anything to drink or eat, Kieran instructed. But Kieran, she'll starve. Caden said, his eyes wide with shock. No. If she's hungry, she can come to the kitchen herself, Kieran said firmly, his voice final. Caden didn't agree, but he understood, so he covered the plate of fried chicken and vegetables and put it in the fridge. Liora sat in her room, staring at the door. Her stomach growled loudly. She had been waiting for Caden to walk in with a plate of food, but he never did. She went to bed hungry, stubbornly deciding not to leave the room. But in the middle of the night, the hunger pains grew worse. She quietly slipped out of her room and tiptoed down the long, dark hallway toward the kitchen. She didn't hear anything and wondered if the guys were even home but didn't want to find out. She peeked into the fridge and spotted the wrapped plate. As she pulled it out, she felt a sudden cool breeze sweep through the room. It wasn't until she closed the fridge that she noticed a dark figure standing behind her. She yelped in surprise, and the plate slipped from her hands, crashing to the floor. Her back hit the fridge door as she stared up at dark, glaring eyes moving closer. She quickly shut her eyes tightly. In that moment, the figure sniffed her neck and then bolted away. Kieran, Ronan, and Caden rushed in to see the mess and a frightened Liora. The guys saw Liora stiffened, her eyes tightly shut, and the broken plate with food scattered across the floor. What happened? Ronan asked loudly. Liora opened her eyes and looked at the three guys, who were staring at her like she had lost her mind. She honestly felt like she had. She looked around nervously before speaking. I just got scared, that's all, she muttered as she knelt down to pick up the food and the broken plate. Caden and Ronan joined her to help. Kieran looked around the kitchen, suspecting who had scared Liora. When he didn't see Zorath anywhere, he knew exactly who had caused the fear. While Kieran and Ronan helped Liora clean up, Kieran left to find Zorath. He found him on top of the house, staring up at the stars. Zorath, Kieran called as he approached. What? Zorath replied rudely, not looking away from the sky. What were you doing? Kieran sat beside him. I don't know. I sniffed her neck. Zorath shrugged slowly but kept his gaze fixed on the stars. Kieran sighed, you know you would hurt Kieran and Ronan's feelings if you killed her. And yours? Zorath asked, finally turning to look at his old friend and brother. Yes, and mine, Kieran sighed again. What's wrong with us? Why this girl, out of all the thousands we've crossed paths with in the past years? Why has she imprisoned us with her presence? Zorath asked, his voice full of confusion. I don't know, Zorath, but I want to find out. Also, I want to know why she floated and glowed when you healed her, Kieran admitted, equally stumped. She smells different from any human we've met, Zorath said thoughtfully. Is she all right? He asked, tilting his head toward the kitchen. Yeah, she didn't say it was you that scared her. She just said she got scared, Kieran murmured as he gave Liora a gentle glance. Really? Well, she did get scared, Zorath smiled. Kieran stood up. Coming? No. I'm staying up here for a while. All right, Zorath, Kieran replied, returning to the kitchen. Liora ate her freshly made grilled ham and cheese sandwich, followed by the fruit salad. She felt uncomfortable as the guys watched her eat. So, you only drink blood? Liora finally asked, breaking the silence. She figured Kieran was right, not all of them seemed scary to her, even if they were her captors. Yes, but only from animals, Ronan answered. So drinking from humans is just a myth, she asked, her face showing the cutest confusion the guys had ever seen. No, some vampires still drink human blood, but we've chosen not to, Kieran explained, sitting down. Is Zorath okay? Kieran asked Kieran. Liora tensed at the mention of his name, shifting uncomfortably in her chair. The guys noticed her reaction. Yeah, but he's staying out for the night, Kieran said, giving her a gentle glance. They all watched as Liora relaxed slightly, and Ronan chuckled quietly. Liora caught him but ignored it as she took another bite of her fruit. So, before I came here, you guys didn't have electricity? Liora asked, her curiosity getting the best of her. She felt brave at that moment and decided to take advantage of it. Yeah, we didn't really need it. We'd watch a movie sometimes, but then we'd turn the generator off afterward, Kieran replied. Liora noted to herself that he was always very talkative. Liora smiled, and all three guys felt a warmth spread through them from her small, sincere smile. They all returned her smile. Something in the back of her mind told her that at least these three wouldn't hurt her, but she still wasn't sure about Zorath. After finishing her fruit, Liora couldn't stop herself from yawning widely. Her eyes watered, and her cheeks flushed pink with embarrassment. She had one more question before going back to bed. Do you guys sleep? She asked. Nope, Kieran grinned proudly. Liora nodded and stood up. The three guys also stood up, chuckling. They all seemed so old-fashioned to her. Well, have a nice night, she said, then went back to her room. The guys sat back down at the table, reminiscing about the last half hour. As Liora shut the door behind her, she suddenly felt an odd presence in her room. She was about to open the door and run, but a gentle touch on her hand made her freeze. I won't hurt you. Please don't go, Zorath whispered. Liora slowly turned around and found herself once again with her back against the door, while Zorath stood right in front of her. Why didn't you tell on me? Zorath asked softly, his voice sending shivers down her spine. I didn't see the need to cause myself more problems, she replied with a hint of sarcasm, trying to move around him. But he blocked her way by placing his arm on the door beside her. Liora stared up at him defiantly, glaring at him as he locked his gaze with hers. She felt a strange sensation and tried to move again. Zorath stopped her and gently touched her cheek before stepping back. Liora watched him sit in the armchair, her eyes questioning him. "What do you want?" she asked, irritated. "I wanted to apologize for my behavior," he whispered. "Why? Isn't it part of the code of conduct for kidnappers not to apologize for their behavior?" she snapped angrily. Zorath moved incredibly fast, reappearing in front of her, and she gasped. "I didn't kidnap you," he hissed through his teeth. "Although, not letting you leave could be considered as such." "I do," Liora snapped back at him and tried to open the door. Zorath grabbed her arm, and she bent down from the painful pressure. He let go and hovered his hand over her bruise and cuts. As the glow began to surround her injuries, Zorath stared into her eyes. He watched as her dark, obsidian eyes seemed to absorb the glow. "What are you?" he asked, surprising her. She looked at him like he was crazy. "Human," she scoffed, rolling her eyes. "I thought you'd know that, being a vampire and all." Her sarcasm was full on as she directed it at Zorath. "Well, usually when I heal a human, they don't glow," he smirked, eyeing her suspiciously. "What are you saying? That I'm lying? Has losing your soul affected your mental capacity?" she yelled now. Kieran, Ronan, and Caden all knew who she would end up arguing with. Kieran stopped Ronan and Caden as they started to rush to the room. But Kieran, he could kill her. Caden whined. "No, he feels the same way we do. He won't hurt her, well, won't kill her anyway," Kieran chuckled. Ronan and Caden grumbled before heading off to the living room to play video games. Zorath began to walk out of the room when Liora picked up a pillow and threw it at him, hitting him in the back of the head. He paused, and Liora laughed. With his back to her, Zorath smiled to himself and kept walking out of the room. Liora, left alone again, flopped onto the bed, trying to fall asleep. But as she lay there, 4 things occupied her mind. 4 guys. 4 vampires. Wanting to see what would happen next, subscribe to this channel to get to listen to more of our upcoming exciting stories. Click on the subscribe button now. Thank you. Chapter 9. "So, Liora, what do you like to do when you're not busy?" Caden asked as he cooked breakfast for her, the delicious aroma making her stomach growl loudly. "Well, I used to walk in the woods and..." She paused with a sigh. "And now that I'm here, I can't do that anymore." Caden turned to her with a sympathetic grin. "I'm sorry. I guess once you've been here for a while, the guys will let you move around more freely. It's not like you could have gotten out of the forest before we found you anyway," he said with a small, apologetic smile as he set her plate down in front of her. Liora sighed and took a slow bite of her food, no longer as eager to taste the ham and cheese omelette and hash browns. "I can play a game with you if you want," Caden offered, his smile widening. "What kind of games?" she asked, feeling curious. Boredom had started to settle in. "Well, we have a PlayStation, a Wii, an Xbox, and even an old Atari," Caden said cheerfully, and Liora couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm. "Do you have any chess, checkers, cards, or board games?" she asked. "Yeah, we have those too." "Which one do you want to play?" he asked, his eyes lighting up. He seemed excited at the idea of spending time with her. "Cards," she replied with a smile. "Great." Caden sped off to grab the cards, moving so quickly that Liora gasped in surprise. She wasn't sure if she would ever get used to that speed, but she hoped she wouldn't have to be there long enough to get used to it. After she finished her breakfast, they played and talked, laughing occasionally. Liora found herself at ease with Caden. He was so goofy and childlike in many ways. The other guys would listen to them talk and occasionally walk by the kitchen to get a glimpse of them. "Do you miss your school?" Caden asked, breaking the silence. Kieran cursed under his breath upon hearing the question, not wanting Liora to feel sad. Caden, being Caden, didn't notice Kieran's irritation. "Not really. The only thing I miss is my violin," Liora admitted openly, her gaze becoming distant as she sighed. The guys, including Kieran, were surprised to hear her say that. They now had a new plan. They were going to get her a violin so they could hear her play. After a while, Ronan and Kieran couldn't stand just listening to the two of them play and talk anymore, so they joined in. They played card games for hours. Later, Kieran cooked Liora a supper, and they continued to talk and laugh lightly. When Zorath walked in, they hadn't noticed the box he was carrying, but when he sat down at the table, he placed it in front of Liora. "Where have you been?" Ronan asked, suspicious. "Out," Zorath replied bluntly. "Open it, Liora." "It's for you," he added, his voice softening as he looked at her with a rare gentleness. Liora eyed him cautiously but nodded and opened the box. She gasped in surprise as tears welled up in her eyes. "Thank you, Zorath." "It's beautiful," Liora cooed, her fingers gently brushing the smooth surface of the beautiful violin. "Please play something," Kieran urged with a huge grin. Zorath playfully hit Kieran in the back of the head for jumping ahead of him and asking Liora to play. Kieran glanced up at Zorath with a questioning look, but when he saw the angry expression, he quickly turned his focus back to Liora. Liora positioned the violin on her shoulder, the bow gently touching the strings, and let a beautiful melody flow from her. The guys sat still, mesmerized, as the music seemed to transport them away from the room. "Where did you learn to play so beautifully?" Kieran asked, his voice soft, once the melody ended. "It came naturally to me. By the time my parents enrolled me in lessons, I was already far ahead of my teachers," Liora said, blushing slightly. Later that evening, when Liora was alone in her room, she played a soft, melancholic tune as she thought about the forest, wishing she could dance there again. The guys listened in awe, enchanted by the music. As Liora began to softly hum, they felt something strange wash over them. The pull to do whatever Liora wanted grew stronger, even the need to let her go. They slowly made their way down the hall toward Leora's room, drawn by the music and the overwhelming urge to obey her, to do anything for her, until the music finally stopped. They all looked at one another, confused by what had just happened, but the feeling was gone as soon as the music ended. "What just happened?" Ronan asked, his voice filled with confusion. "It's like the day in the woods when we found her. We couldn't stop ourselves from following the music," Kieran said aloud, thinking it through. "But music doesn't have that kind of power over anyone. It just affects emotions, but the experience is different for each person," Kieran suggested. "Maybe it's connected to the glow," Zorath said thoughtfully, his voice deep. "We need to learn more about her. Whoever talks to her next, start asking questions. Hopefully, she'll open up and tell us," Kieran said, hopeful. Kieran, being the one who cooked, was the first to talk to Liora the next day. He wasn't sure what exactly to ask her, so he just asked about her favorite food, color, TV show, and games. Ronan, overhearing their conversation, shook his head, muttering under his breath that Kieran was being stupid. Kieran, hearing this, was tempted to stick his tongue out at him but held back. After breakfast, Liora wandered into the library, hoping to find a book. She spent hours looking through the titles for something new. They had a lot of the classics, which she had already read, and there were some war stories, which didn't interest her. "Finding anything you like?" Zorath had snuck into the library without her noticing. Liora jumped slightly at the sound of his voice. "You could have been more subtle and not snuck up on me," she scowled at him, her heart racing before it slowly returned to normal. "Humph," Zorath muttered, taking a deep breath. "So, where are your parents?" "Subtlety isn't your strong suit, is it?" she sighed. "Like you really want to know any of that." "You don't care," she said through gritted teeth, already irritated by his presence. "So, Liora, what do you like to do in your free time?" Kieran asked as he cooked her breakfast, the warm smell of the food making her stomach growl. "Well, I used to walk in the woods and..." She paused with a sigh. "And now that I'm here, I can't." Kieran turned to her with a sympathetic smile. "I'm sorry. I guess once you've been here longer, the guys will let you move around more. It's not like you could have gotten out of the forest before we found you anyway," he said with an apologetic look, placing her plate of food in front of her. Liora sighed and took a slow bite of her food, no longer eager to enjoy the delicious ham and cheese omelette and hash browns. "I can play a game with you if you want," Kieran offered, his smile growing wider. "What kind of games?" Liora asked, curious. She was feeling a bit bored. "Well, we have a PlayStation, a Wii, an Xbox, and even an old Atari," Kieran said excitedly, and Liora couldn't help but smile at his excitement. "Do you have any chess, checkers, cards, or board games?" she asked. "Yeah, we have all of those too." "Which one do you want to play?" Kieran asked, looking happy at the thought of playing a game with her. "Cards," she replied with a smile. "Great." Kieran quickly rushed off to grab the cards, his speed surprising Liora, and causing her to gasp. She wasn't sure if she'd ever get used to that, but she hoped she wouldn't be there long enough to have to get used to it. After she finished her breakfast, they played and chatted, laughing occasionally. Liora felt at ease with Kieran. He was playful and goofy in a way that made her feel comfortable. The other three guys would occasionally pass by the kitchen, glancing in to see what they were doing. "Do you miss your school?" Kieran asked. Kieran cursed under his breath, not wanting Liora to feel sad. Kieran, being Kieran, ignored Kieran's curse. "Not really. The only thing I miss is my violin," Liora admitted, her eyes becoming distant as she sighed. The guys were surprised by her answer and quickly realized what that meant. It meant they could get her a violin so they could listen to her play. After a while, Ronan and Kieran couldn't just sit there, listening to them talk and laugh, so they joined in. They spent hours playing different card games. Later, Kieran cooked Liora dinner, and they continued their light-hearted conversation. When Zorath walked in, they didn't notice the box he was holding until he sat down at the table and placed it in front of Liora. "Where have you been?" Ronan asked, his tone suspicious. "Out," Zorath answered bluntly. "Open it, Liora, it's for you." His voice softened, and his eyes warmed as he looked at her. Liora hesitated, eyeing him warily, but she nodded and opened the box. She gasped in surprise, and tears filled her eyes. "Thank you, Zorath." "It's beautiful," Liora cooed, running her fingers over the stunning violin. "Please play something," Kieran urged with a big grin. Zorath playfully hit Kieran in the back of the head for jumping ahead of him and asking Liora to play. Kieran looked at Zorath with a confused look, but when he saw Zorath's angry expression, he quickly turned his attention back to Liora. Liora placed the violin under her chin, positioning the bow on the strings, and started to play a beautiful melody. The guys sat quietly, mesmerized, as the music seemed to take them away from their surroundings. "Where did you learn to play so beautifully?" Kieran asked after the melody ended. "It came naturally to me. By the time my parents put me in lessons, I was already way ahead of them." Liora blushed slightly. Later that night, Liora sat alone in her room, playing a soft, sad melody as she thought about the forest and dreamed of dancing in it again. The guys listened, captivated, as she softly hummed along with her music. Then, as she began to sing, the guys felt an odd pull toward her. It was as if they wanted to do anything she asked, including letting her go. They found themselves drawn to her room, the need to obey her growing stronger with each step, until the music stopped. They all exchanged confused glances. What had just happened? The feeling they had was now gone. What just happened? Ronan asked, his voice filled with confusion. It's like that day in the woods when we found her. We couldn't stop ourselves from following her music, Kieran said thoughtfully. But music doesn't have that kind of power over anyone. It's just emotions, but the experience is different for each person, Kieran suggested. Maybe it has something to do with the glow, Zorath muttered. We need to find out more about her. So, whoever talks to her next, start asking questions. Hopefully, she'll open up and tell us, Kieran said, hoping for more answers. Kieran, being the cook, was the first to talk to Liora the next day. He didn't know what exactly to ask her, so he started with simple questions, her favorite food, color, TV show, and games. Ronan, overhearing their conversation, shook his head, muttering under his breath that Kieran was being silly. Kieran, hearing it, wanted to stick his tongue out at him but held back. After breakfast, Liora wandered into the library, hoping to find a new book. She spent hours searching through the titles, looking for something she hadn't read yet. The library had many classics, which she had already read, and a few war stories, which didn't interest her. "Finding anything you like?" Zorath's voice startled her as he sneaked into the library. Liora jumped slightly at the sound of his voice. "You could have been more subtle and not snuck up on me," she scowled, her heart racing before it slowed back to normal. "Humph," Zorath said, pursing his lips and taking a deep breath. "So, where are your parents?" "Subtlety isn't your strong suit, is it?" she sighed. "Like you really want to know any of that." "You don't care," she said through gritted teeth, already annoyed by his presence. Wanting to see what would happen next, subscribe to this channel to get to listen to more of our upcoming exciting stories. Click on the subscribe button now. Thank you. Chapter 10. Without realizing it, the guys were slowly moving toward where Liora was. She hadn't noticed their dazed, dreamlike state as she continued to sing and walk along the edge of the trees. Kaidan was the closest to her when she suddenly stopped singing and called out Kieran's name. "He is behind me," Kaidan said from only 4 feet behind her. Liora turned around, pointing in the direction she had just come from, deep into the forest, and said, "Then who was that running through the woods?" The other guys snapped out of their trance-like state when they heard her, and they quickly rushed to her. "If you were all behind me, then who was that in front of me running through the woods?" she asked, pointing again. The guys exchanged quick, confused glances before Kieran asked, "What did it look like?" "Well, it was running so fast I thought it was one of you, and I caught a glimpse of an arm and a leg before it disappeared behind a few trees," she explained, noting their shocked and concerned expressions. "Get her back to the house," Kieran said to Ronan. "We'll search the woods." His voice was calm, but Liora could hear the hidden urgency. As Ronan and Liora walked back to the house, the others darted off in their inhuman speed to investigate what Liora might have seen. "Do you think it was another vampire?" Liora asked Ronan quietly. "I don't know. It could have been, but I didn't smell another vampire," he replied, keeping his eyes on the tree line. "Maybe you should go to your room." Liora nodded silently. "Do you smell another vampire?" Kieran called across to Kaidan. "No. Do you?" Kaidan shouted back. "Nothing except for us and Liora," Zorath joined in. When they all met back in front of the house, they stayed on alert. "She said she saw something, but what could it have been if we didn't smell anything?" Kaidan asked, genuinely puzzled. "I don't know," Kieran said, still scanning the tree line. "What should we do?" Kaidan asked again. "Nothing," Zorath replied simply. "We'll wait until there's something we can actually find," Kieran sighed, continuing to watch the area cautiously. They all went inside and found Ronan standing at the entrance of the hall, looking at them. "Well?" Ronan asked, looking from one face to the next. "Well, nothing." "There was nothing," Zorath said with a displeased tone, walking past Ronan. "We didn't smell anything other than ourselves," Kieran explained. "Where's Liora?" "She went to her room," Ronan answered. As Kaidan and Kieran headed toward Liora's room, she came out to see them. "Well?" she asked, tilting her head slightly as she looked at the guys. "We didn't find anyone or anything," Kieran said, shrugging his shoulders. "I know I saw something. Maybe it was one of you, and then you just ran back behind me," she tried to reason, but something about that explanation didn't sit right with her. "Maybe," Kaidan said, unconvinced, since he didn't remember any of them running in that direction. Kieran looked at Kaidan, knowing it wasn't any of them, but he didn't correct him. "Are you hungry?" Kaidan asked Liora. "No, but thank you." "I think I'll just lie down for a while," Liora said, nodding a quick farewell to the guys and heading back to her room. Once she was alone in her room, she replayed the scene in the forest in her mind, trying to remember any details. She remembered something wispy moving through the trees. Then she recalled seeing something light green and flowing, a type of translucent fabric that seemed to drift behind the arm and leg she had glimpsed. But that was all. Just a brief glimpse of someone's flowing clothes, an arm, and a leg, and none of the guys could find or smell anything. She wanted to know what it could have been, but she was also afraid. It could have been another vampire, one that might not be as tame as the guys. As she continued to process her thoughts, she slowly drifted off to sleep. Liora, a soft whispering voice drifted through her dream. I have searched for you for so long, my child. In her dream, Liora was back in the forest. She wore a long, flowing gown that was white with hints of light green, made of silky fabric that clung close to her bodice before falling loosely to the ground. It moved gently with the breeze, like a soft hand brushing against her skin. At first, she was all alone. As she took in the deep, earthy scent of the forest, a figure emerged in front of her from behind a tree. The woman's long, dark brown hair cascaded down to her waist, lifted gently by the breeze. Her eyes were dark, yet their depth seemed almost haunting. Her features, light pink cheeks, soft pink lips, and delicate curves, were familiar. She wore the same flowing white and light green gown Liora had on. Who are you? Liora asked, confused. I am your mother, the woman smiled kindly, radiating love toward Liora. You look my age. How can you be my mother? Liora asked, shocked. The woman danced closer to Liora. We never age, she said, her beauty glowing as she smiled warmly at Liora. What are you? Liora blurted out. She felt an odd energy from the woman, like something bad was going to happen, like she had seen this before. You don't have to be afraid of me. My blood is your blood, the woman said with an unchanging, loving smile. Are you, a vampire? Liora asked again, more frustrated now since the woman hadn't answered her the first time. No, I am not one of those creatures, the woman replied. Our kind lives in the forests. We are one with nature. That's why you feel at home here, in the embrace of the trees. The woman's smile remained soft, but her eyes were full of sadness. We live in the forests, while others like us inhabit rivers, mountains, meadows, and springs. We nurture nature, helping during seasonal changes and in times of disaster. She tilted her head, gazing at Liora closely. We have been here since the first garden was created. Her soft voice stirred something deep within Liora, a sense of calm that soothed her troubled soul. Her words floated to Liora like a soft breeze. Liora couldn't help but listen to the soothing, loving voice. Full of darkness beyond to fathom, thy father lies, deception from before will once again knock on your door, be aware daughter of mine, even blood can be deceitful, protected by four, sing your song, laid out by death your blood devise, do not be fooled by the blood smile. What was that? Liora asked, turning to the woman she never knew. What's wrong, my daughter? The woman's voice remained concerned, her loving smile not wavering. Who are you? Liora asked again, her voice trembling. Suddenly, Liora felt her body tremble. She felt invisible, strong hands gripping her shoulders, though no one was there. Liora. Wake up, a deep voice called out from far away, sounding as though it were veiled by a thin layer of sleep. As she looked at the beauty before her, Liora noticed the dream started to shimmer and fade. No, please don't leave me, Liora cried. Now that I have found you, I will never lose you again. I will always be with you. Search for the crimson stone, and you will find me within, the woman whispered softly before she disappeared into a mist. Liora cried out again, but then, as she opened her tearful eyes, she found herself surrounded by the four towering guys standing over her bed, their faces filled with concern. What? She whispered, barely able to speak. A deep sense of loss washed over her as she remembered her dream, but was it really a dream? She wondered to herself. It had to have been, right? You were shouting and then whimpering, Kieran said, removing his hands from her shoulders. Yeah, we thought Zorath was in here bothering you again, Caden snickered. But when we came in, you were shouting at the ceiling. Oh, Liora said as she sat up a little more in bed. I guess it was just a dream, she said, mostly to herself but loud enough for the guys to hear. An annoying dream about Zorath? Caden joked. Zorath hit Caden on the arm, and Caden cringed in pain, shooting Zorath a stink eye. No, not about Zorath or any of you, but about a woman in the forest. She wore the same flowing material I saw today. Liora rubbed her temples, trying to make sense of the dream about the beautiful woman who claimed to be her mother and whose voice had been the sweetest she'd ever heard. Could it be true? Was her mother close, and had she found her? But if so, why hadn't she just come to her and taken her away? Wanting to see what would happen next, subscribe to this channel to get to listen to more of our upcoming exciting stories. Click on the subscribe button now. Thank you. Chapter 11. Just before dawn the next morning, after the strange dream, Liora noticed none of the guys were around the house. She didn't try knocking on their doors because she didn't want to disturb them, especially since she wasn't supposed to go into their rooms. So, she decided against it. She walked out onto the front porch, eager to breathe in the fresh morning air and wish she could see the sunrise, but the trees were too tall and blocked her view of the horizon. With a sigh, she walked farther into the front yard, hoping the guys wouldn't mind her being outside. She had left the door open but wasn't planning to wander into the woods. "What you doin'?" Liora heard Caden's voice, sounding almost girlish. She turned around, confused, and saw no one behind her. "Caden?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. She then heard someone clear their throat from above her. Looking up, she saw all four of the guys sitting casually on the roof. They were just sitting there, relaxed. Zorath was the only one who didn't smile, but the rest of them did, and she was starting to get used to his mood swings. Seeing them like that, looking as human as possible, seemed pretty cool to Liora. Watching the sunrise. Caden said excitedly, his energy always a little too much. "Cool, can I join you?" Liora asked, and Caden immediately jumped off the roof and landed next to her, making Kieran and Ronan sit back down. Zorath didn't move, but his intense gaze made goosebumps rise on her skin. "Here, climb on my back, and I'll take you up." Caden crouched down. Liora hesitated, but with Caden's help, she easily climbed onto his back. Zorath, watching them, felt a wave of jealousy, but he suppressed it. He didn't like how things were unfolding, and it bothered him more than he expected. "Don't drop me," Liora whispered close to Caden's ear. Her soft words caused him to shiver slightly, and he laughed, "Close your eyes," as he felt her grip tighten. Liora closed her eyes, and Caden took off, the wind rushing past her and her hair flying around. He jostled her side to side a little before saying, "Okay," and she opened her eyes. "Wow, that was fast." "Thanks, Caden," she said sweetly, patting him on the back. She sat between Ronan and Caden, and within minutes, the sun started to peek over the eastern horizon. The view was still partially blocked by the tall cedar trees, but it was enough to appreciate the beautiful morning color spreading across the sky. Liora sighed in contentment, feeling the calm from the sight, and continued to watch the sunrise until the sun was fully visible. Then, the guys began to get up and walk toward an open window behind Zorath. "Thanks for sharing that with me, guys," Liora said as they helped her back toward the window. "No problem. We come up here sometimes," Caden said eagerly. When Liora entered the room, she realized she hadn't been there before. It was nice, full of books like the library. But when she followed Kieran down a narrow staircase, it opened into a bedroom. "Yeah, this is Zorath's room," Caden whispered to her. "Oh, well, you should have taken me back to the front door," Liora whispered back, but before she could finish, Zorath was next to her. "It's okay," Zorath sighed, straightening up. "But next time, Caden will take the other way." His voice was a little harsher. Zorath opened his bedroom door and let everyone exit before glaring at Liora. He slammed the door behind him. Liora sighed and followed Caden into the kitchen. "Hungry?" Caden's cheerful voice asked. "Yeah," Liora replied softly. Caden noticed she sounded off, so he turned and accidentally bumped into her, making her nearly crash into him. "Oh, sorry," Liora muttered. "What's wrong?" Caden asked, giving her a serious look. Well, as serious as he could manage. "Nothing." I just wish Zorath didn't hate me so much, Liora said, looking at the floor. I don't think he does, Ronan said, walking up behind her as they continued toward the kitchen. Well, it sure feels like it, Leora's sad voice filled the room. The guys didn't know what to say. They hated seeing her upset and felt helpless. I'm going to go change and I'll be back for your delicious breakfast, Caden, Liora said, giving him a small smile. Okay. Caden had already started beating eggs together for omelets. Meanwhile, Zorath sulked in his room, feeling uncomfortable about his own feelings toward Liora. Why did she make him feel so uneasy around his friends, his brothers, and even in his own home? His thoughts were interrupted by a blood-curdling scream, which shook him to his core. Without thinking, he rushed out of his room and toward her. She was in trouble, his mind raced. Liora walked back to her room to change clothes and freshen up, but as she was crossing the room toward the bathroom, she felt a shiver run up her back. A sudden movement by her bed caught her attention. She turned and saw a woman standing there. The woman looked like the one from Leora's dream but with some differences. She still appeared young, but her hair had silver streaks, and her eyes were shadowed, as though tired and worn out. When Liora gasped, she saw another movement near the window. A tall, dark figure of a man was slipping into the room through the window. The boards that had been nailed there after Liora broke it had been removed. Liora didn't hesitate. She screamed. She knew that if someone was climbing through her window, they weren't there for a friendly visit. She ran toward the door and bolted into the hall. Instantly, Zorath appeared, and she collided into him. His hands caught her, and he stared down into her pale, frightened face. What happened? Zorath's voice was deep, full of concern. Liora pointed toward her room. There are people in there. Zorath let her go and rushed into her room. By now, Caden, Ronan, and Kieran had joined Liora in the hall. What happened? Kieran asked, looking at her. With shaky hands, Liora pointed to the bedroom, where Zorath was now coming out. Zorath, what did you do to her? Ronan snapped. The glare Zorath gave Ronan was terrifying. His eyes squinted with a piercing stare, and his lips curled back, showing his teeth. He let out a low growl from deep within his chest, making Leora's skin break out in goosebumps. There was another vampire in her room. I can smell him, Zorath hissed, his fists clenching tightly. Let's go. Ronan and Zorath took off so quickly that Liora couldn't tell which way they went. Caden, stay here with Liora. I'm going to follow the guys, Kieran said, disappearing into the distance. What did he look like? Caden asked as he and Liora walked toward the kitchen. Liora shivered in fear, and Caden put an arm around her, rubbing her shoulder for comfort. It's okay. You don't have to talk about it, Caden said, pulling her into a gentle hug. Liora couldn't shake the image of the vampire sneaking into her room. She couldn't deny it, it was a vampire, she thought. Liora sat silently at the table as Caden continued to cook. Well, Ronan said as he walked into the kitchen, but before he could finish, Liora screamed. Shoo, geez. It's just me, Ronan said quickly. Leora's breathing was heavy as she tried to calm herself. She was nearly in tears when Kieran and Zorath joined them, but she held them back. We followed his scent for miles, then lost him, Kieran said, disappointment in his voice. The group sat at the table, eyes focused on Liora as she stared at the table. They wanted her to calm down, but doing nothing was clearly not helping. It's like he doubled back on his trail. He could be anywhere by now, Ronan muttered, grimacing. Liora shivered at the thought of him being back in her room, and the guys noticed her reaction. Are you okay? Kieran asked softly. Yes, Leora's voice was barely a whisper. Here, you better eat so you don't feel so shaky, Caden said, pushing a plate of food toward her. She stared silently at the food as the guys watched her. What do you think they want with me? Liora whispered. I don't know, Kieran answered. What did he look like? Ronan asked. All I saw was that he was tall. It was too dark to make out any features. But the woman, she had silver-gray streaks in her hair, though her face looked young. Her eyes, though, were sunken in. Liora shivered, recalling the memory. I only smelled one vampire. No one else. Are you sure you saw two? Zorath asked, his voice blunt, though he didn't mean to sound rude. Liora was on the edge of tears but didn't want the guys to see. She pushed away from the table and walked off. Great, Zorath. Way to go, man, Ronan said sarcastically. Yeah, stop being so mean, Kaidan snapped angrily as he walked away. Kieran and Zorath were left alone at the table. I didn't mean to upset her, Zorath whispered. Kieran stood and patted Zorath on the back. Well, it's how you sounded, he said, and then left as well. Great, Zorath thought to himself with a sigh. He was falling for her, but no one could tell that by how he acted toward her. To make things worse, she probably thought he hated her. She had crossed into his carefully guarded, dead heart. Wanting to see what would happen next, subscribe to this channel to get to listen to more of our upcoming exciting stories. Click on the subscribe button now. Thank you. Chapter 12. The lovely sound of the violin, played by Liora, was soft and dreamy, full of sadness as she poured all her feelings into the music. The guys, frozen in their spots all over the house when she started playing, were captivated by the melody. Simple but so beautiful. Liora felt hurt by the way Zorath had spoken to her. She didn't fully understand why his words and tone upset her so much or why it affected her this way. No one had ever made her feel this way, not even when her adoptive parents scolded her for skipping classes. She was alone in the library since Ronan and Kaidan were in her room, fixing the window where the intruders had gotten inside. The sound of the music made Zorath want to rush to her and hold her close, but for some strange reason, he felt too sad to move, as though the music itself had trapped him where he stood. When she started to sing, Zorath sank to his knees, crushed by the sorrow in her voice. Even the other guys felt the weight of it. Kaidan collapsed into Ronan's arms, his body shaking from the overwhelming sadness. He wanted to scream, but he buried his face in Ronan's chest as Ronan tried to calm him. Ronan was struggling with the music's sadness too, but he stayed as strong as he could. Kieran was in the basement, filling up the generator with gas. Even though the music was muffled through the floor, it made him stop, stunned into silence. He wanted to comfort her. He tried to move but felt like his legs were too heavy. Why did he always react like this when she played the violin or sang? What was it that made him feel like her soul was reaching out to his, grabbing it and pulling it back to life? After a little while, Liora stopped singing and felt a little better. She was tired and really just wanted to sleep, but not in her room, not yet, even though the guys had finished fixing the window. The dark figures in her room still haunted her thoughts. When she walked into her room, she gasped. She hadn't expected to see what she saw. She quickly tried to turn around and leave, but Ronan called out to her. Liora, wait. It's okay, Ronan's voice sounded strained. She stopped and slowly turned back around. I just wanted to take a shower, she said shyly. You can, Ronan replied, making Kaidan sit up as he moved to open the bathroom door for her. Thank you, she whispered. Once inside the bathroom, Liora struggled to make sense of her thoughts. Had she really seen that, or was she imagining things? Either way, she wasn't going to ask them about it or bring it up. The warm bath was comforting but didn't last long. In a soft, long nightgown with long sleeves, she headed to the kitchen to quiet the rumbling in her stomach. She rummaged through the fridge and pulled out the ingredients to make a sandwich. I can cook you something if you want. Zorath's deep voice came from behind her in the kitchen. She turned to look at him, her arms full of lunch meat, cheese, mayo, and lettuce. Thanks, but I really just wanted a sandwich, she said as she placed everything on the counter. Oh, I thought since you couldn't find Kaidan, you were settling for a sandwich, he said, sounding nervous as he awkwardly shifted in place. No. I really wanted one, she replied, shaking her head lightly, then searching the fridge for a tomato. Where's Kaidan? He and Ronan had to run into town, Zorath said, sitting down at the table. "Oh," Liora said, closing the fridge. "You might want to call them and ask them to grab a few more groceries. There aren't any tomatoes left." "I will," Zorath said and vanished before she could even turn to see him. Liora shrugged and went ahead to make her sandwich. By the time she was cleaning up and ready to sit down at the table to eat, Zorath was back, sitting and watching her. She froze for half a second before sitting down. "Maybe you should wear a bell," she joked. Zorath was puzzled by her suggestion and stared at her in confusion. Liora saw his reaction and laughed. "That way, I'll know when you enter a room," she explained. Zorath smiled a little. He thought her idea was funny. What a strange and funny person she was, he thought to himself. "Yes, perhaps," he smiled again as she giggled. Her laughter, like her singing, made him melt. He wished she would sing again, but not the sad song from earlier. "I'm sorry for upsetting you earlier," he said, his smile gone, and his eyes dark. Liora sighed, and her smile faded. "Apology accepted," she whispered, and her smile returned. Zorath was glad to see her smile. It was the most wonderful thing. He promised himself he would never again make her sad, but he could only try. He had spent too many years as a loathsome creature of the night, not allowing himself to feel anything. But since she came into his life, he had started to feel again, to love again. He watched her eat and answered all the questions she asked. "So how long have you lived here?" she asked between bites. 60 years, he answered without hesitation. "Kieran and I were here first, and we started building the house 60 years ago. When Ronan and Caden came, I taught them, and together we finished the house." "How old are you?" she asked. Now he hesitated. "Younger than Kieran." She laughed at his vague answer. "Okay, how old is Kieran?" 1600 years. Liora almost choked on a bite and gasped at Zoratha's response. "Wow." She swallowed. "That's really old." For the first time in 200 years, Zorath laughed a full, genuine laugh. A spark had been ignited, and he enjoyed the feeling. "Yes, indeed it is," he laughed again, savoring the warmth it brought him. "So, how old are you?" she asked again, curious. 500 years, he looked away, afraid she would find him disgusting. "That's not too bad," she smiled. Zorath couldn't believe it. She didn't think he was repulsive. "Well, it's still ancient compared to Ronan and Caden," he smiled, and Liora felt a strange urge to touch his lips but quickly pushed that thought away. "How old are they?" she asked, then took another bite of her sandwich. "Well, Ronan is actually 45, and Caden is just 22. Liora wanted to ask more about Ronan and Caden, but didn't want to be too nosy. After a few moments of silence, her curiosity got the best of her. "About Caden and Ronan," she asked nervously. Zoratha's smile faded. He feared she was asking if they were together. He pushed aside his worries. He didn't want to deny her anything she wanted, and if she was interested in them, that was fine, though the thought hurt. "What about them?" His voice was deeper and a bit cautious. "Are they together?" "If they are, that's fine. I'm not against it or anything, I'm just curious." She couldn't help the expression that came with the question, but she didn't care. Her question caught him by surprise. "No, why do you ask?" "Oh, I saw them in each other's arms in my room." She quickly finished her sandwich, her cheeks turning pink. "Oh, that. Yes, they thought you might have misunderstood, but no. Caden is like a little brother to Ronan. He was just upset from your song earlier." Liora noticed that Zorath seemed to want to say more but held back. "Is there more?" she asked. "You'd have to ask them." "It's not my place to talk about their matters," Zorath said as he took Liora's plate. "I can wash that," Liora offered. Zorath just smiled at her and continued his task. "So where is Kieran?" "You said only Caden and Ronan went to town." "He had to hunt," Zorath replied, drying the plate. "Ah, hunt," Liora nodded, her face thoughtful. Zorath sat down next to her again. May I go to the roof through your room? I know you told Caden to take me the other way, but... she asked nervously, fidgeting with her hands. Zorath cut her off. Yes. She smiled and stood up. Silently, she followed him to his room, up the narrow stairs, through the window, and onto the roof. Zorath extended his hand to help her through the window, but her foot caught on the sill, and she fell into his arms. Her breath caught in surprise, and he stood still. They stared into each other's eyes, both filled with longing. He gently touched her cheek, and her bottom lip quivered slightly. His thumb brushed her bottom lip before he stepped back, making sure she was steady on her feet. Looking down at her feet, too shy to meet her gaze, he asked, "Are you okay?" Yes, her voice was barely above a whisper, even for Zorath. Liora took a seat, doing her best to ignore Zorath even though all she wanted was to be in his arms, and gazed up at the starry sky. "It's beautiful," Liora said, breathless. "Yes, you are," Zorath thought. He saw her shiver, so he quickly went inside, grabbed a soft throw blanket from his chair, and gently wrapped it around her shoulders. He sat down next to her. "Thank you," Liora looked into his eyes again, wishing he wouldn't turn away, but he did. They sat together in silence on the roof for hours, both lost in their thoughts about each other, but not speaking. They simply enjoyed each other's company under the night sky. Wanting to see what would happen next, subscribe to this channel to get to listen to more of our upcoming exciting stories. Click on the subscribe button now. Thank you. Chapter 13. Zorath appreciated the time spent with Liora on the roof, but he still kept his emotions tightly controlled. Her stunning dark eyes met his, and instead of gazing into them, he forced himself to look away. He knew that if he didn't stay in control, he would lose himself and reveal the emotions he desperately wanted to keep hidden. What he didn't realize was that everyone had already noticed those emotions sneaking through, spilling out now and then. The battle inside him never stopped. Her captivating singing, her beautiful black eyes, and her incredibly tempting scent, each day it became harder to be near her without wanting to touch her, hold her, or kiss her. Zorath felt like he was losing his grip, and that terrified him. He couldn't let that happen. Liora watched him, noticing he had looked away from her, and wished he hadn't. She adored the way his eyes sparkled in the moonlight, their deep, knowing gaze. She sighed, and when Zorath heard her sigh, he turned back to her. But when he met her eyes, she gasped. Zorath noticed the shock on her face and immediately felt worried. "What happened to your eyes?" she whispered, her voice trembling. His once rich brown eyes were now completely black, with a red ring around where the iris should be. He looked away again, ashamed of what she saw. Anger filled him for allowing her sweet scent to get to him. "Nothing," he snapped, his voice cold, which only made Liora more upset. She slowly stood up, but Zorath kept his back to her. She made her way to his window and left, heading somewhere far from him. She didn't understand why he kept changing moods. One moment he seemed fine with her, and the next, he was distant and cold. Liora found herself in the library, deciding to hide there. It didn't take long for her to find a book, and she settled into a soft armchair near a lamp. She tried to focus on reading and avoid thinking about Zorath, but it was harder than she thought. Zorath, still on the roof, cursed himself. He stayed there to keep her scent from overwhelming him in the house, where it would mix with the air and tempt him. "Zorath?" Kieran's voice came from behind him. "I've been looking for you." He stopped when he saw Zorath's eyes. "Oh, sorry man. I didn't mean to take so long. You can go now." Without saying anything, Zorath jumped down from the roof and ran off. Kieran shook his head, sighing at his friend's distress. After enjoying the early morning light for a while, Kieran went inside. He wanted to check on Liora, but when he reached her room, he saw the door open and the bed empty. Panic surged through him as he sniffed the air. Her scent was still fresh, so he knew she wasn't far. He followed it to the library. There, he found Liora curled up in an antique armchair under a lamp, holding an open book that was almost slipping from her hand as she slept. He paused for a moment, watching her peaceful face and the calm beauty she exuded. He carefully took the book, marking the page she was on, and set it down on the desk. Leora's hand shifted, and she slowly opened her eyes to see Kieran placing the book on the desk. He turned around when he noticed she was awake. "Sorry. I didn't mean to wake you." "It's all right. I just didn't want to sleep in my room yet." Kieran understood her unspoken fear and nodded. "You can sleep in my room," he offered, always the gentleman. But there was a desire in his voice to have her close. "No, I'll be okay. It's morning anyway. I'll just take a nap," she said, relieved by the soft light from the sun. "Where's Zorath?" she asked as she moved toward the hallway. It was his turn to hunt. "Is that what was wrong with his eyes?" she asked as she passed him. "You saw that?" Kieran seemed a bit shocked. "Yes." Liora noticed that Kieran's eyes were warm and full of life, completely different from how Zorath's had looked the night before. "He was thirsty," Kieran explained briefly. "Oh," she looked down, thinking about that. "Thirsty for blood." A shiver ran down her spine. She remembered how close she had been to him the previous night and how close she might have come to being his next meal. "Are you all right?" Kieran noticed her shiver and the distant look in her eyes. "Yes," she whispered, not looking back at him. She went straight to her bed and curled up with a pillow. But sleep didn't come easily. Her thoughts kept drifting back to Zorath. Even though the idea of being a vampire's meal disturbed her, she couldn't help but wonder what it would have felt like. She shivered again and pushed the thought away. The smell of breakfast ham cooking woke her up. She opened her eyes, surprised to find it was already 11 a.m. "Smells good," she said as she entered the kitchen. She was shocked to see that Kieran was the one cooking. "Yeah. I'm not as good a cook as Caden, but I can handle the basics," he said, turning to smile at her. "Where's Caden? Shouldn't he and Ronan be back by now?" She sat at the table, nibbling on a slice of toast. "They have to stay another night in town. The window won't be ready until tomorrow," he said as he plated the sizzling breakfast ham and cracked some eggs. "Plus, they're doing a lot of shopping. Zorath is supposed to bring back some groceries from them later. Do you think they could pick up some new books for me to read?" "Sure. What would you like?" He finished cooking the eggs and set them on her plate. "Thanks. Anything that's been on the New York bestsellers list this year would be good. I'll give them a call." "Anything else?" "We can get you whatever you need," he grinned and sat down across from her. He wanted to tell her that he would give her everything she could ever want. His hand longed to reach out and touch her soft, pink cheeks, but he kept himself in check. She took a bite and paused, thinking. Maybe some new movies, oh, and I'd love to have a long cotton shirt. "I hate not having one to sleep in," she said, taking another bite. Kieran chuckled. "Sure thing." He got up to head to his room to call the others. "Calum," Liora suddenly heard a woman's voice call. She looked around, unsure if she was imagining it. "Calum," the voice called again. Liora walked toward the front door, opened it, and peered out toward the tree line. At first, she didn't see anything, but then a woman stepped out from behind a tree. "Calum." The voice seemed to come from right next to her ear. How could that be? Liora thought, puzzled. She walked slowly across the lawn toward the woman, not even realizing she was doing it. Before she knew it, she was in the middle of the yard when she finally recognized the woman. Liora froze in place, her mouth unable to move, as she stared at the same woman who had broken into her room. Her silver-streaked hair shone brightly in the sunlight, and her sheer fabric dress fluttered in the breeze. "Calum," the woman called, extending her hand toward Liora. "Who are you?" Liora wanted to scream, but the words only came out as a whisper. "I am your grandmother," the silver-haired woman said, taking a few steps closer to Liora. Liora studied the woman more closely now, seeing her features more clearly than when she was in her room. Her room? Liora gasped, stepping back in shock. This woman, despite her long silver hair, looked as young as Liora herself. How could she possibly be her grandmother? You were in my room, Leora's voice trembled, her heart beating frantically, warning her. Yes, Selene. I came to you, and I'm sorry for scaring you. The woman's voice was oddly soothing, though Liora didn't feel comforted. She couldn't quite figure out why it made her feel uneasy. Why do you keep calling me Selene? Because, that's your name, isn't it? The woman tilted her head, her eyes never leaving Leora's. No. My name is Liora, Liora said firmly. Yes, Selene is your name. The woman smiled. I am Seline. What do you want from me? Leora's voice cracked slightly. The woman didn't respond immediately, but after a moment, she straightened her posture and smiled again. Do you ever wonder why you feel so at home in the forest? Liora was caught off guard by the question. Why do you ask? Because Selene, you are not human. Liora gave Seline a skeptical grin. What do you want? She was growing weary of this woman's cryptic behavior. I want you to do what you were born to do, Seline smiled, but it wasn't a friendly smile. It was wicked, and she lowered her head slightly while keeping her gaze locked on Liora. And what exactly is that? Liora asked sarcastically. To rule the vampires, Seline said, flashing the most wicked smile Liora had ever seen. Liora took a step back, but just then, a pair of hands gripped her arms from behind. She gasped and turned her head to see the vampire who had broken into her room, holding her in a vice-like grip with hands that felt like ice. Her heart raced as she struggled to free herself, but he dragged her forward, closer to Seline. Who are you? Liora growled. This is your father, Werewolf, Seline explained as the vampire, forcing Liora to walk, followed Seline deeper into the woods. Help! Liora tried to scream for Kieran, but her supposed father covered her mouth with his cold hand. How could she be a vampire? Liora wondered to herself. Her mind was flooded with questions, but the most pressing was the fear for her life. You see, Selene, your mother and I are wood nymphs. Or nature spirits. There are many types, like water nymphs and land nymphs, but we are the protectors of the forest, wood nymphs. Depending on the culture, we may be called different names, but you get the idea. Seline continued walking, her voice growing more irritating. Liora had heard enough. Wood nymphs and humans mate only to create more wood nymphs, but you, Selene, are special. Your mother fell in love with your father, whom you see as a vampire. This doesn't happen often, in fact, you're the first to be born in hundreds of years. When wood nymphs mate with vampires and become pregnant, they give birth to sirens. A siren's song can lure vampires and make them obey. Imagine having an army of these creatures, strong and almost indestructible, all under your control. Seline hissed out a sound that was meant to be a laugh, but it was unlike any laugh Liora had ever heard. Liora prayed Kieran would find her trail and come to rescue her. She wanted nothing to do with this woman, this crazy woman who dreamed of ruling over vampires. Liora wanted to know why Seline thought she would do her bidding. She wouldn't. Eventually, Liora found herself shoved into the trunk of an old Buick. Her father acted like a mindless servant, doing Seline's bidding. Even the empty, lifeless look in his eyes haunted her. Great, she thought to herself. How were the guys ever going to find her now? And now she had new captors, what next? Chapter 14. Why didn't you go after her? Zorath shouted at Kieran as soon as he came back from hunting. I did, Zorath, Kieran growled, gritting his teeth. I told you, her scent stops at the highway, which means they must have had a car. Zorath grabbed a chair in the kitchen, throwing it across the room in frustration. What are we supposed to do now? He continued to shout. I don't know what we can do, Zorath. We don't even know who took her, so how do we even begin to search? Kieran asked more calmly, his hands resting on the table. Zorath thought Kieran was being too calm, so he leaned in close, glaring at him with hatred. We can still try to find her, he growled. Zorath turned and walked a few steps, then stopped and faced Kieran again. I'm going to see Dorian. Kieran looked shocked. No, Zorath. You know what he'll do. And we don't know what will happen to Liora if I don't call in some favors. Zorath started pacing again. Let me help you this time, Zorath. You know he won't do anything unless you pay off your debt. Zorath sighed, his voice heavy. That means you'll have to go. Yeah, don't remind me, Kieran cut him off. But I'll do it for her. Kieran's expression grew distant as he thought about what he had to do. He had spent years hiding from his blood relatives, but now, he had no choice but to return to them for help. If Zorath had to do something he didn't like, so would he. For her, they would do anything. I'll go now and wire you the money so you can get to Dorian as quickly as possible. When are Ronan and Caden getting back? Zorath asked while still pacing. They should be back in about an hour. Kieran grabbed Zorath's arm, making him stop. We will do everything we can. I won't stop until I find her, Zorath warned. Kieran nodded in understanding. Without another word, he packed a bag and left. Meanwhile, Ronan and Caden ran as fast as they could to get back to the house, occasionally arguing about running faster. When they finally reached the house, they found Zorath sitting on the front porch with his face buried in his hands, his posture slouched. Well? Ronan asked. Zorath looked up at the two and sighed, shaking his head. Where's Kieran? Caden asked, looking around. He went to talk to his family, Zorath said, his voice dripping with defeat. Caden gasped. No. His voice was filled with shock. Ronan said nothing, his eyes wide with surprise as he took in Zorath's expression. After a few seconds of silence, he finally understood. He's doing it for you, isn't he? So you can go to Dorian for help. Zorath didn't answer. Instead, he slowly looked up at Ronan, and his gaze alone told Ronan all he needed to know. But what if Dorian wants more than just money? Caden asked, his voice full of concern. Both Ronan and Zorath stared at him, surprised that he had thought of that. I'll do whatever I have to, Zorath said, determination in his voice. They stayed around the house, anxious and impatient as the minutes dragged by, feeling helpless. Kieran. It took Kieran 2 days to reach his family's estate. The 2 guards at the front gate gave him crooked smiles as he approached. Well, well, well. Look who it is. The prodigal's son returns, they sneered. Charlie, Tony, Kieran greeted them coldly. After making a call, Tony led Kieran into the main hall. So, where have you been all these years? Tony asked with a resentful tone. Just traveling the world, Kieran answered coolly. Huh, Tony muttered, clearly not believing him. Kieran had to wait in the main hall of his family's mansion while preparations were made for his visit. Soon enough, Tony ushered him into a parlor where 2 vampires were sitting near a fireplace. The woman stood up with open arms and greeted Kieran warmly. Mother, Kieran greeted her, hugging her and kissing her cheek. Oh Kieran, I wish you wouldn't stay away for so long. I've missed you so much, she said, planting a kiss on his cheek. She had long, blonde hair that matched Kieran's and sapphire blue eyes, with a complexion that made her look like she was in her early 40s when she was turned. What brings you home this time? The man asked in a deep, displeased tone. Father, Kieran said as he walked his mother back to her seat before sitting next to her. Oh, Henry. Can't you just be happy that our son is home? His mother gave Henry an affectionate look. Mother, I'm not staying, Kieran said before he could stop himself, regretting the words as soon as they left his mouth. He watched his mother's face fall, so he hurried to reassure her. You know I've never been happy staying here. Politics isn't for me. Then what is for you? Henry asked in a condescending tone. Henry, Kieran's mother scolded him. No, Martha. He has deserted his family and only returns when he needs money, Henry said, trying to keep his anger in check but not entirely succeeding. I see your gift has improved over the years, Kieran said, narrowing his eyes at his father. Indeed. Now, Martha, please excuse us while we discuss things, Henry said, not taking his eyes off Kieran. He was glad to see his son alive and well, but he was angry that Kieran had abandoned his family and responsibilities. His mother reluctantly left, and the two men started their conversation, or rather their argument. Kieran didn't want to argue with his father, but he knew he had no choice but to listen to his lecture, so he did so with dignity. Liora. You don't have to drag me around everywhere. It's not like I can outrun you, Liora said sarcastically and angrily. Her father, Werewolf, was gripping her arm tightly, pulling her out of the trunk. Liora noticed they were now in a two-car garage, and Werewolf was dragging her into the house. Once inside the kitchen, she was forced into a chair while Werewolf, still acting like a mindless servant, stood next to her. The first time you try to escape, I'll have your father tie you up, Seline said with a smile, walking around the kitchen. We've stocked the fridge for you and taken other precautions to keep you safe in the house. Her condescending tone made Liora's skin crawl. Now, only one other vampire will be here when your father isn't around. Someone will always be here, Seline warned, her voice dripping with malice. You can move about the house freely, but don't try to escape. Liora couldn't help but think of the last time someone had told her that. The guys, she sighed. She missed them so much. She worried that they might think she ran away, and the thought of them being sad made her heart ache. Poor sensitive Kieran, how would he handle this? At least they were safe, she thought to herself. Zorath. Kieran's constant questions pushed Zorath to the point where he needed to leave the house. But before leaving, he told Kieran and Ronan to stay put unless he or Kieran called for them. Zorath couldn't sit idly by, he had to be moving, doing something, anything, because Liora was in trouble, and he could feel it deep inside. He traced her scent to the highway, but it stopped there. He stood in the middle of the road, helpless, his frustration building. With a roar, he threw his head back and screamed at the sky. Afterward, Zorath ran into the city, closer to the Western Union. Liora had been gone for 2 days when Kieran finally called him. What the hell, Kieran? Zorath yelled when he picked up the call. It took me 2 days to get here, Zorath. I'm sorry. Then I had a lot of arguing to do, Kieran replied. Fine, Zorath said, unable to find the words, even though he was grateful for his friend's help. The money should be there now. Is Ronan and Kieran with you? Kieran asked. No, I told them to stay at the house until we call them, Zorath replied. Okay, I need to stay here for 1 more day, then I can try sneaking away, Kieran said, though his desire to leave was obvious, even though he knew he was being watched. Thanks, Kieran. I'll find her, Zorath said, his voice filled with determination. I hope you do, Kieran responded. After the call, Zorath rang Ronan and Kieran to tell them to stay where they were and that he would call them once he had any leads. Ronan argued, but since Kieran was with him, there wasn't much more he could do. Now, Zorath had to go and face Dorian, which fortunately wasn't far. Once he arrived at Dorian's house, which appeared unremarkable, he was immediately surrounded by Dorian's men, vampires. An irritated and restrained Zorath was escorted inside. Dorian will be back soon. Man, he's going to be shocked when he hears you're here, a short, quirky vampire said. Tell him to hurry, Zorath hissed. A rough laugh echoed in the room as another vampire entered. Now. Is that any way to speak to old friends? Dorian, Zorath said through clenched teeth. What brings you to my humble abode, Zorath? Dorian asked with a smirk. He looked similar to Zorath, with dark, shaggy hair and a darker skin tone. I have your money, Zorath replied flatly. Finally? Really? Let me see it, Dorian's greedy eyes gleamed at the sight of the cash. Zorath pulled his arm out of the quirky vampire's grip and tossed a large envelope onto Dorian's desk. There. Plus interest. Very good, Zorath. You've learned, Dorian chuckled. But you know things change when you've been gone for so long, he added, his expression turning threatening. I paid you. And I've given you more than enough interest to account for the time, Zorath responded, holding his ground. Maybe, Dorian said, waving another vampire over to count the money. I'm looking for someone, Zorath said as the money was counted. I knew paying off your debt wouldn't be the only reason you came out of hiding. Who? Dorian grinned, curious about his former friend's dilemma. A tall vampire, maybe 6 feet 2 inches, 6 feet 3 inches, with black hair. Is that it? That's hardly a good description. There are only a few very tall vampires with black hair. Anything else? Dorian seemed intrigued now. Zorath paused, thinking. Yes, he was with a woman who doesn't smell human or vampire. In fact, she doesn't have a scent at all. No one could pick up her scent. That's strange. No scent at all, you say? Dorian shot a look at the quirky vampire, who seemed to understand. No, Zorath replied, glancing between the two vampires. Where were they seen? Dorian sat back in his office chair. In a wooded area, Zorath answered vaguely, noticing Dorian shoot another look at the quirky vampire. What is it? He asked them. Well, if she had no scent and was near or in a forest, she could be a wood nymph, the quirky vampire answered. Dorian's eyes shifted, and the quirky vampire quickly left the room. He then sent the vampire who had been counting the money out too, leaving just Zorath and Dorian. Why do you want to find this particular vampire, Zorath? I know you. You're not the type to go looking for someone like that, Dorian asked, his tone shifting. Who is it, Dorian? I have to know, Zorath demanded, leaning forward and locking eyes with Dorian, anger and desperation creeping into his voice. Dorian took a deep breath before responding. The vampire you're asking about is named Warl. He's not the kind of vampire you go after, Zorath. Trust me on that. Zorath sensed the worry in Dorian's tone and found it odd. Dorian, the toughest vampire he knew, sounded scared of one vampire. The woman? Zorath asked, keeping his expression neutral. I've heard her name once. What was it? Dorian tapped his desk, thinking. Ah, yes, Seline. She's no ordinary wood nymph either. Why would a wood nymph be with a vampire? He works for her, or something like that. Honestly, I think she's scarier than he is. I ran into them a few years back. They were looking for a girl and wanted to hire some of my men. Zorath stood still. She had been looking for Liora for that long, he thought to himself. Where can I find them? Zorath asked, urgency in his voice. His hands trembled, desperate to find Liora. I'll write you the address, but you have to promise me you won't tell her I gave it to you. If you do, Zorath, I'll hunt you down, Dorian warned, his gaze intense. That didn't go so well the first time, did it? Zorath stood up and grabbed the slip of paper from Dorian's hand. I can always try, Dorian smirked. Just try not to get yourself killed, Zorath. I'd hate to lose a valued customer. After a quick huff, Zorath left. He immediately called Ronan and Caden to meet him in town. He had the address of where Liora was. Hopefully, she was still there. With the other two guys by his side, they headed out to bring Liora back. Wanting to see what would happen next, subscribe to this channel to get to listen to more of our upcoming exciting stories. Click on the subscribe button now. Thank you. Chapter 15. Kieran helped you pay your gambling debt? Caden asked, his voice full of disbelief once he and Ronan caught up with Zorath. Zorath didn't answer. Instead, he just stood there, brooding, lost in thought. Where's Kieran? Isn't he coming with us? Ronan asked, his voice full of confusion. He can't leave just yet, but once he does, he'll join us. For now, it's just the three of us, Zorath explained, his tone hostile. Zorath then shared the information he'd gotten from his bookie, Dorian, and laid out his plan. The guys fell silent as they began to run. Ronan and Caden said nothing, seeing how troubled Zorath was. His demeanor had turned almost psychotic, his emotions teetering on the edge. Liora. Liora yawned as the first flickers of daylight hit her face. She sighed when she realized she was still not back with the guys. Her stomach growled, reminding her that she was hungry, so she made her way to the kitchen and opened the fridge. Her father silently followed her, never taking his eyes off her. Liora wondered what he was thinking as she made herself a simple sandwich. While sitting at the table, finishing her sandwich, she decided to ask him some questions. Her stomach twisted with nervousness, but she knew this might be her only chance to get some answers. "Are you really my father?" she asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Worrell nodded without saying a word, his eyes focused on her, alert. "What happened to my mother?" "Where is she?" she asked quickly. Worrell glanced at her, then turned his gaze away, staring out the kitchen window, as if Liora hadn't even spoken. Liora sighed, frustrated by his silence. She thought of another question. "Is she still alive?" Her voice trembled slightly. Without looking at her, Worrell shook his head. Liora lowered her gaze to the floor, a heavy sigh escaping her lips. The reality of her mother's death had not fully sunk in, but deep down, she knew it would eventually. Just then, Seline entered the kitchen, having been gone for a day. She placed a hand on Worrell's shoulder. "So, has our girl been good?" Worrell nodded, his response as quiet and still as ever. "Very good." Seline's eyes locked onto Liora, and she smiled wickedly. Seline then sat down across from Liora. "Later tonight, we're having a few vampire guests. You're going to use your siren call to bind them to me," she said, her smile growing darker. "I will not," Liora replied firmly, shaking her head. "Oh, you will," Seline hissed, her voice laced with menace. "You'll do exactly as I say and bind them to do my bidding." "Or what?" Liora challenged, her gaze filled with hatred. "Worrell," Seline called calmly. Without a word, Worrell walked over to her and nodded. "Send in Alex," Seline said in the same cool tone, her smile never leaving her face. Worrell left, and a moment later, another vampire entered. He looked as young as Kieran, but far rougher and meaner. "Ma'am," the vampire said, bowing slightly to Seline. Seline didn't respond. Instead, she focused her gaze on Liora. "Will you do as I say?" she asked, her tone final. "No," Liora said, her voice resolute. "Alex, drain her," Seline ordered. Alex's grin was wicked as he advanced toward Liora. Realizing what drain meant, Liora gasped in horror, but before she could react, Alex moved with lightning speed. He yanked her head to the side and bit into her neck without hesitation, draining 3 pints of blood. The pain of the bite made Leora's vision blur, but she managed to hold on. She didn't understand why she couldn't move or fight back as Alex sucked her blood. The gross, eerie feeling made her stomach churn. Weakness flooded her body, and soon her vision faded to blackness. She slipped into darkness, where nightmares and pain consumed her. "Liora, remember, full fathom 5, thy father lies. Deception from before will knock again. Be wary, my daughter, even blood can deceive. Protected by 4, sing your song. Laid out by death, your blood deceives, do not trust the smile of blood. Remember, Liora." The haunting voice whispered in her dreams, a voice Liora realized she had heard before. Ronan, Kieran, and Zorath. Ronan and Kieran waited a block away from the address while Zorath scouted the area. Although the sun had already set, Zorath needed to stay hidden. He carefully made his way around the area, mentally noting everything he observed. "All right, there are 5 vampires guarding the outside, and who knows how many inside," Zorath reported when he rejoined the others. "What should we do?" Kieran asked, concern evident in his voice. "We take out the 5 guards," Ronan said, cracking his knuckles. Zorath nodded to Ronan and then turned to Kieran. "Kieran, stay here." "Why?" Kieran asked, frustration creeping into his voice. Zorath narrowed his eyes, feeling the impatience rise within him. "Because only Ronan and I are trained for this. You could get hurt. Stay here, watch for more vampires, and if any show up, then you can jump in. Not before. Kaidan, though annoyed, stayed put. He kept a sharp eye out, not wanting to let the guys down. Ronan moved to the back of the house and took down the first guard at the corner. After hiding the body parts in the snow that had collected overnight, he went to take out the guard by the garage. Zorath handled the two guards at the front, quickly taking both of their heads in one swift motion. His speed and precision were flawless. He moved on to the last guard around the corner, a larger vampire who grappled with Zorath for a moment before he was overpowered. Ronan returned to Kaidan after hiding the bodies. "Alright, Kaidan, you'll crash through the west window. I'll take the front door, and Ronan will go through the back. Once you're inside, just stay still. If someone tries to attack, jump back out the window and run around to re-enter. That'll confuse them long enough for us to handle it." The guys nodded, and they took their positions. The chaos started soon after. Worrell was chasing Kaidan, Liora had hidden under the kitchen table, and Seline was attacking Ronan. For a wood nymph, she was a fierce fighter, her nails becoming claws that dug into Ronan's skin. She was terrifying. Zorath had to deal with two more guards in the front room before he could reach Ronan. Liora, still weak from blood loss, was huddled under the table when the window shattered, followed by the sound of two doors crashing open. The noise made her panic, but with the last of her strength, she crawled under the kitchen table to shield herself. Zorath disabled Seline when Kaidan re-entered through the broken window, just as Worrell's hand was nearly gripping Kaidan's hair. Worrell's arm was stretched out, his hand just inches away from catching him. Ronan grabbed one of Worrell's arms, and Zorath jumped onto his back, quickly attempting to sever his head. Worrell managed to throw Zorath off by twisting violently, then grabbed Ronan in his massive arms and positioned his hands to snap Ronan's neck. In the brief moment before it happened, Kaidan and Ronan's eyes met. Ronan's eyes went blank as Worrell ripped his head off and threw it out the window. Kaidan collapsed to his knees, letting out a choked scream. As Worrell moved toward Kaidan, Zorath swiftly decapitated him with such speed that Kaidan was still staring at Ronan's head flying out the window when Worrell's head landed at his feet. Kaidan sat there, dazed and in shock, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. He stared at the window where Ronan's head had gone, and at Worrell's severed head lying on the floor in front of him. Zorath turned to finish off Seline, but she had vanished. He searched the house quickly, but she had run away, defeated. His attention then shifted to Liora. Kneeling beside the table, he found Liora with her face buried in her hands, crying and terrified. When Zorath touched her arm, she screamed, but when she heard his voice, she peered over her hands. Her wide, shocked eyes locked with his, and she gasped before moving quickly into his arms. "Thank you." "Thank you," Liora sniffled, her face pressing into his chest. Zorath breathed in her scent and held her close, savoring the warmth of her in his arms. He never wanted to let her go. Just as he was about to stroke her hair, he noticed two puncture marks on her neck. He gasped and looked at her with intense concern. "They drank from you?" he asked, horrified. Liora sniffled, the memory of the painful moments still fresh. "Yes. The one she called Alex." Zorath growled, pulling her closer. "You're safe now," he said as he smoothed her hair. Liora suddenly pulled away with a gasp when she saw Kaidan, silently crying next to Ronan's body. "Can't you put him back together or something?" Liora asked in a frantic, hysterical voice, gripping Kaidan's hands in support. "No," Kaidan whimpered louder, his pain evident. "We live forever, but we can be killed in certain ways. One of the surest ways is decapitation," Zorath explained quietly, his voice filled with sadness. He too mourned the loss of his friend, but right now, he was more concerned about Liora's tears. Kaidan held on to Liora for comfort while Zorath carried Ronan's body. They walked for a mile away from the house, and Zorath stole a car to get them closer to the forest where they lived. Once at the forest, they abandoned the car, and Kaidan carried Liora while Zorath continued to carry Ronan's body. Back at the house, Kaidan and Liora sat on the porch while Zorath prepared Ronan's body for a pyre. Once he was finished, he called Kieran. Kieran, clearly running home, was speechless when he heard what happened, but Zorath could hear the wind rushing in the background as Kieran rushed to join them. Kieran had managed to slip away unnoticed, despite his family likely sending an army after him. When Kieran arrived, he saw Zorath and Liora holding Kaidan between them, with Ronan's body resting on a pyre a short distance away. The sight deeply saddened him. They all looked up as Kieran approached. Kaidan erupted in a new wail, overcome with grief. Kieran immediately stepped forward to comfort him. "I'm sorry, Kaidan. I should have been there," Kieran said, guilt and sorrow in his voice. "No," Kaidan cried out, shaking his head. "You wouldn't have been able to help. Did you kill the vampire, at least?" Kieran asked, glancing at Zorath. Zorath nodded and then looked at Liora before turning back to Kieran. Kieran looked confused and gave him a questioning look. "It was Liora's father," Zorath whispered. Kieran was stunned. He turned to Liora with sorrow in his eyes, but she didn't see. Zorath shook his head at Kieran. "Her birth father, the one who kidnapped her, and she had never met before," Zorath whispered, just loud enough for Kaidan and Kieran to hear. Kieran nodded in understanding. After several hours of mourning Ronan together, Zorath decided it was time to light the pyre. As Zorath approached with a torch, Liora suddenly heard that familiar whisper again. "Remember, Liora, laid out by death, your blood devises." Just as Zorath's hand descended with the torch, Liora cried out, her voice filled with urgency. "Stop." Zorath froze, his sorrowful gaze meeting hers. "Liora, this is what we do when one of our kind dies." She stood up abruptly, running to Ronan's body. "No, Zorath. I think I can help." "What?" Zorath asked, confused. Kaidan and Kieran exchanged bewildered looks. "I heard a whisper. She said she was my mother and that my blood devises." Liora tried to explain, her breath quickening with anxiety. "Liora, you've been tormented," Zorath tried to dismiss her claims. "No, Zorath. She said, laid out by death, your blood devises. What if I can bring Ronan back with my blood?" She spoke faster, her desperation growing. "I don't see how, Liora." "Please, go sit down," Zorath said softly, trying to light the pyre once more. "No!" Liora shouted, stepping in front of Zorath and the pyre. "I'm half vampire and half wood nymph, Zorath. That has to mean something." Zorath sighed and looked to Kieran for help. "What if she's right, Zorath? What harm would it do for her to try?" Kieran said, his voice calm. "Getting Kaidan's hopes up would do a lot of harm, Kieran," Zorath's tone darkened. "How would it even work, Liora?" he asked, looking back at her. "I don't know," Liora hesitated, then stared at Ronan's body. She thought hard, trying to figure out what to do. How could she bring him back, especially with his head detached? After a moment, Zorath reached out and touched her arm. "Liora? I have to try, Zorath. Please, anything. I have to try," she pleaded with him, her eyes wide with desperation. Zorath sighed, then nodded. Liora looked back at Ronan's body, studying it for a moment. "Okay, what if we just push his head back to his body? Zorath, you hold it in place, and I'll..." She paused, thinking. "I'll drop my blood into his mouth." "No, Liora." Zorath nearly shouted. "It's my blood, Zorath. That's the key. I have to try," she insisted, her gaze locked onto his, filled with urgency. Zorath looked down, then back into her big, wide, beautiful obsidian eyes, full of pleading. Kieran rushed into the house to grab a knife. He sterilized it before returning outside. Zorath held Ronan's head to his body while Liora sliced her palm. The strong scent of her blood filled the air, making all three of their eyes shift, but Liora was too focused on the task to notice as she held her bleeding hand over Ronan's mouth. Wanting to see what would happen next, subscribe to this channel to get to listen to more of our upcoming exciting stories. Click on the subscribe button now. Thank you. Chapter 16. Liora dripped her blood into Ronan's lifeless mouth until she began to feel dizzy. As she swayed on her feet, Zorath released Ronan's head and rushed to catch her just as she teetered again. He held her in his arms and carried her back to the porch, where Kieran was still comforting a tearful Caden. Caden was still crying silent sobs as Kieran patted his back gently. Zorath held Liora close, and she rested her head against his chest, her eyes closing as she tried to make the world stop spinning. Liora sighed, her throat tight with the effort not to cry. "I guess I was wrong," she sniffled, feeling the tears threaten to spill. "What were you wrong about?" Kieran asked softly. Everyone froze and stared at the pyre when they saw Ronan, now alive, sitting on the side with his feet dangling off. "I really hope this wasn't meant for me," Ronan grinned, looking down at the pyre beneath him. Caden didn't wait another second. He ran so fast, he disappeared from Liora's view until he crashed into Ronan's body, wailing louder than before. "I'm okay, Caden." Shoo, calm down," Ronan said in a cheerful tone, trying to soothe him. "I thought I lost you," Caden sobbed, his voice shaky. "It worked." Kieran gasped, his voice full of disbelief. Liora, still cradled in Zorath's arms, cried with joy. Though still lightheaded and too weak to stand, she longed to go to Ronan. She began squirming in Zorath's hold, but he pulled her closer. "Oh no, you're not going anywhere. You're liable to collapse," he said as he lifted her up and carried her over to where Ronan and Caden were. Truth be told, he just couldn't bring himself to let go of her just yet. "So what happened? How did we get home?" Ronan asked, glancing between the three of them with confusion. Since Caden was still too overwhelmed to speak, Zorath filled him in on what had happened. Ronan was shocked to hear that he had been killed and even more stunned to find out that Liora's blood had brought him back. "How did Liora's blood bring me back?" Ronan asked, his voice full of confusion, as if the answer should be obvious. "She's half vampire and half wood nymph," Kieran answered. "Wood nymph? Seriously? Half vampire, half wood nymph?" Ronan said, his surprise clear in his voice. "Yeah, her father was the one who killed you," Caden, still recovering from the shock of Ronan being alive again, told him quietly. "That was your father?" Ronan asked Liora, his voice filled with disbelief. "So they say, my grandmother and my father. Or at least, that's what they said." Liora smiled at Ronan, relieved that her friend was back. The group made their way inside. Zorath took Liora into the kitchen to get her something to eat and drink to help her regain her strength. She had been through so much, and he was worried about her, though he was mostly relieved to have her back. After Caden made Liora a nourishing meal, he and Ronan left to hunt. Ronan's thirst was unbearable, and the scent of Liora wasn't helping. He had to find something to drink soon. Zorath and Kieran stayed with Liora, guarding her like protective parents. Zorath even sat in the old armchair at the foot of her bed while she slept. He wasn't about to let her out of his sight. "You're going to need to hunt as soon as Ronan and Caden come back," Kieran whispered when he entered Liora's room. "No. I can't leave. The last time I did, she was taken," Zorath snapped at Kieran, his voice full of frustration. "I won't let her out of my sight. Besides, I'm sure you'll be back before she wakes up," Kieran tried to reason with him. "No," Zorath said firmly, raising his voice slightly. Liora stirred from the noise, but didn't wake. "Your eyes haven't changed back, Zorath. You don't want to put her in danger because of your hunger, do you?" Kieran observed the hunger in Zorath's eyes and the pain etched on his face. "No," Zorath muttered softly, a sense of defeat creeping into his tone. "I'll go when they return." "I'll go with you then," Kieran said. "We'll make sure to tell them to keep their eyes on her." Zorath nodded, though he wasn't happy about it. He didn't want to leave Liora alone, even for a moment. He couldn't. Zorath made his hunt quick. He had to make sure Liora was safe. Being away from her was not something he was willing to do. He didn't even wait for Kieran to finish, he ran back to the house. "Is she still asleep?" Zorath asked Caden the moment he spotted him. Caden was in the kitchen, making Leora's favorite treat, strawberry cake with chocolate icing. No, not yet, he answered, sliding the cake into the oven. Ronan's in there with her. Zorath nodded and went to relieve Ronan. Thanks for watching her, he said as he entered the bedroom. When he saw Ronan's eyes, he knew something wasn't right. Didn't you just hunt, Ronan? Yeah, but I guess I didn't get enough. I'm thirsty again, Ronan said, wringing his hands, trying to maintain his composure. Go feed, man, Zorath hissed, not liking that Ronan was sitting there with his thirst burning. Yeah, okay. See you later, Ronan said, rushing out of the room. Zorath took a seat next to Leora's bed, watching her breathe in peaceful sleep. He let out a sigh of relief, grateful to see her so calm. Liora stirred as the sweet smell of strawberry cake filled the air. That smells so good, she said as she stretched awake. Caden, Zorath said, glancing at the kitchen. Caden nodded but didn't respond right away. Zorath didn't want to say more, knowing Caden would want to thank Liora himself. Do you want anything from the kitchen? Zorath asked. No, not yet. I'm going to take a bath, Liora said as she gently slid off the bed. How are you feeling? Zorath asked, his voice still full of concern, and Liora could hear it. I'm still feeling lightheaded, but I'm okay, she said, rummaging through the dresser drawers for clean clothes. I'll be out in a little bit. Will you stay here in case I need you? Liora still didn't feel like being alone. I'll be here, Zorath smiled at her. When Liora saw Zorath smile, it made her heart melt. He looked so wonderful, and she wished he would smile more often. Knowing he would be there while she bathed made her feel calmer, too. Just before she closed the bathroom door, she stopped and turned back to Zorath. Will you heal these for me? She asked, pointing to her neck and palm. Zorath rushed to her, making her breath catch, and looked into her eyes for a moment. Both of them felt something stir deep within as they stared at each other. Zorath placed one hand over her neck and the other over her palm. As he began the healing process, Leora's wound started to glow. The glow in her eyes was even more captivating than before, and Zorath felt something else while healing her, but he couldn't explain it, not even to himself. They both slowly leaned closer to each other, their lips nearly touching when the glowing stopped, pulling them back to reality. Thank you, Liora whispered. Zorath kept his eyes on her. You're welcome. Then, realizing how close they were, he stepped back a little. Liora replayed the moment she almost kissed Zorath as she soaked in the steaming bath. She wondered how it would feel if his lips had touched hers. She couldn't deny that her feelings for Zorath were growing, but she also wondered if he felt the same way. Zorath, sitting in Leora's room while she bathed, couldn't stop thinking about her eyes, her lips, and whether someone like him, someone so full of darkness, could ever deserve her. How could someone so pure and precious have feelings for him? He thought to himself. He wished he could be worthy of her, but he didn't believe that would ever be possible. He promised himself he would protect her for as long as she lived, but being with her, he didn't think that would ever happen. Yum, Caden, this cake is delicious. Liora complimented after taking a bite. Caden looked like he might blush if it were possible. I just wanted to thank you for saving Ronan. It's not much, I know, but it was the least I could do to show you how much I appreciate it. Yeah, Liora, thank you for bringing me back, Ronan added, patting Caden's back. Liora shook her head. I'm just glad I figured out the rhyme in time to save you. She took another bite of cake, getting some icing on her chin. The guys laughed, and Liora blushed, quickly wiping her chin clean. What rhyme? Kieran asked. The one that was whispered to me in a dream. It said, my blood defies, and after thinking about it, I realized it must have meant my blood could do something, Liora explained. The guys were silent as they processed her words. A whispered voice in a dream? I still can't believe you're half vampire. I mean, I knew something was different about you, but half vampire? Whoa. Caden finally broke the silence. Can you do anything like we can? Ronan asked. Not that I know of. My so-called grandmother said I'm a siren. That's what a half-vampire and half-wood nymph is born as, Liora explained, telling them what Seline had told her. Did you know anything about wood nymphs, Kieran? Caden asked. Kieran glanced at Caden. Kieran's family was the oldest vampire family in the world. His parents were the king and queen, so they should know about all the mythical creatures. But since Kieran was just the prince, it didn't necessarily mean he had all the information. Maybe my parents know, but I don't, Kieran admitted, shaking his head. So did we get all of them? Ronan asked. All of, oh, no. The wood nymph got away, but we got all the vampires, Caden answered. She knows where we live. She'll be back, Liora spoke up, her voice tinged with fear. She can't get past us. It's just her, Zorath said arrogantly. But Zorath, she has ways of making vampires do what she wants. She said she had a witch help her bind them to her, Liora explained, her voice filled with concern. Deep down, she knew her grandmother wouldn't stop. No, she would come again. Why does she want you so badly? I mean, she's your grandmother. She could have just asked you to go with her. So why all this trouble? Caden blurted out. Liora sighed, her gaze falling to the floor. She wants me to control all vampires and bind them to her, so she can rule over them and the humans. She's tired of humans destroying nature. She shuddered at the thought. A moment of silence passed before Caden spoke again. How does she think you can do that? Caden, haven't you been listening? Zorath snapped at him. What? Caden whined. She's a siren. Her song lures us to her, remember? Ronan whispered into Caden's ear. Oh, that's why we couldn't stop ourselves from trying to get closer when she sang, Caden said, sounding a little clueless. Moron, Zorath muttered under his breath. Zorath, Liora scolded. She didn't like him picking on Caden. Zorath loved hearing her say his name, but he knew why she did. He couldn't help it though, Caden just got on his nerves sometimes. He huffed, trying not to look upset with Liora for scolding him. If you're still listening to this story up to this point, why don't you subscribe to this channel to continue getting subsequent interesting daily stories like this? We would be most grateful if you can do that to help boost this video to reach everyone. Thank you. Chapter 17. Seline. Seline, seething with anger, managed to slip away during the chaos when Zorath rescued Liora. Her fury was unimaginable. Her vampires had failed to stop the rescuers, and now all of them were dead. She would need to recruit a new group and find a new witch to bind them to her. With little time to waste, she headed for a mobster she had visited years ago, hoping to hire his assistance. She couldn't afford to waste time searching for a witch, especially if Liora's vampires decided to move her. If that happened, she would have to start all over, and she didn't want that. The vampires guarding the house recognized her from before and already knew she was a strange wood nymph. Without saying a word, she waited at the bottom step until a tall, dark vampire came out to guide her inside. He'll be in to see you shortly, the tall vampire told her. Seline waited only a few minutes in the office before the mobster walked in. I can't say it's a surprise to see you again, but it is a surprise to see you alone, Dorian greeted her. My vampires were killed, Seline hissed angrily. How, if I may ask? Dorian was clearly intrigued. He casually made his way to a fancy leather chair and sat down, keeping his gaze on the unusual wood nymph who had stirred quite a bit of attention. A group of vampires attacked us, she growled, seething with anger. Why? Dorian asked, amusement in his tone. It doesn't matter, Seline snapped, her voice sharp. What matters is I need a new group. Something was taken from me, and I want it back, she spoke with venom in every word. Well, I'm not sure I can be of any help. But tell me, how many are you looking for? Dorian asked, curious. I need about 10 vampires, all trained in combat. Her icy gaze never left Dorian's, unshaken. Trained in combat? What did you say was stolen from you? Dorian pressed, fishing for more information. I didn't, Seline barked. But if you must know. My granddaughter was taken. That girl you said you were looking for a few years ago? Dorian said, putting the pieces together. Yes. I finally found her, and I want her back. Seline glared at Dorian, her eyes full of menace. Tell me, was she with 4 vampires? One of them resembling me? Dorian asked, his curiosity piqued. Yes, she was. Why? Seline asked, squinting at him, suspicious. Oh, no reason, Dorian replied, his wicked grin spreading. You're the reason they found me, Seline seethed, rising from her seat. She leaned over Dorian's desk. Then you and your vampires will help me get her back. Dorian didn't flinch. He stared Seline down until she backed up and sat back down. Well, I'd help you, but I don't know where he lives. I've been trying to find him for years and haven't even gotten a hint of where he might be. I know exactly where they are, Seline smirked evilly. Then, if you have enough money, I think we can make use of each other, Dorian returned her wicked grin. Liora. Liora hoped her grandmother would forget about her, but she knew better than to think that would happen. Her grandmother wouldn't give up that easily. Liora tried to keep her mind off the danger by playing games with the guys, reading books, or cooking something for herself. But deep down, she knew that the longer they stayed, the higher the chance her grandmother would try to take her again. She couldn't sleep, and when she got out of bed, she saw that it was already 2 in the morning. Needing something to calm her, she made her way to the kitchen to heat up some milk. She didn't see anyone until she put the milk in the microwave. Can't sleep? Zorath's voice came from the hallway. Liora noticed how the black shirt Zorath wore made his muscles stand out. She couldn't help but notice how it hugged his chest. He looked so good, and for a moment, her thoughts wandered. No, Liora replied. I keep expecting her to show up any minute. I know she's coming, Zorath. She placed her hands on the table, looking at him with a pleading expression. She wanted to leave, just her and the guys, far away from her grandmother. I know, Zorath said, stepping closer to her. The guys and I have talked about it. We're going to leave. Liora sighed with relief. When? We need to go now. Tomorrow we'll leave, Zorath replied, seeing the fear in her eyes. Why not now, Zorath? Liora asked, standing up straight. The microwave beeped. Kieran's gone to get money, and when he gets back, we'll leave, Zorath explained. Okay, I'll pack, she said, taking her glass of milk from the microwave and taking a sip. I'll grab you a backpack from Caden's room, Zorath said before disappearing to get it. He returned shortly after, handing her a backpack. Here. Pack light. I'll use this one to pack you some food. I hope you guys have an escape plan, she smiled at him. Zorath smiled back. If we need one, yes. Good, she said softly, stepping closer to him. She placed her hand on his forearm and looked up into his eyes. She wanted him to kiss her. Zorath was puzzled about what she was doing. He wanted to kiss her but wasn't sure if she felt the same way. Was that why she stepped closer, he wondered. His mind raced with thoughts of her. Liora, he whispered her name with awe, still staring into her eyes. Slowly, he lifted his hand to her soft, warm cheek and gently stroked it. He cherished the warmth of her skin and the strange tingling that spread through his palm when he touched her. She leaned in even closer, standing on her toes. Zorath bent down, and their lips brushed lightly before pressing harder together. They eagerly shared a kiss, their tongues meeting. Leora's hands moved to Zorath's back, pulling him closer to her. Zorath slid one hand to the back of her head, stroking her hair, while the other wrapped around her waist. Liora loved the sensation of Zorath's lips against hers. They were a bit cold and firm, but still soft enough for her to enjoy the kiss. His hands were cold, too, but she felt safe in them. She didn't want the moment to end, but she needed to take a breath. Pulling back, Zorath kept his arm around her waist. She smiled at him, and he gazed back at her solemnly, without speaking. I should try to get some sleep, Liora said, but didn't move. Zorath pulled his arm away and stepped back, keeping his eyes on her. He didn't smile or speak, just nodded and let her go, wishing she could stay in his arms, his lips still on hers. What are you doing just standing there? Kaidan asked Zorath. Zorath looked at him, furrowing his brow. I need you to make Liora some sandwiches. Pack some snacks and water too, Zorath said, then ran to his room. Sure, Kaidan replied, heading to the fridge. Zorath rushed to his room to see if there was anything else he should pack. At 7 a.m., there was a knock on the door. Zorath, Ronan, and Kaidan gathered in the foyer, hissing in surprise. Get Liora dressed and ready, Zorath whispered quickly to Ronan and Kaidan. They nodded and ran off to her room while Zorath went to open the door. Dorian, Zorath growled through gritted teeth. Zorath, I like your home. It's nice, Dorian said, lingering at the door. What are you doing here? Zorath hissed. I'm here on behalf of my new client, Dorian stepped aside, letting Zorath see past him. In the yard stood Seline, along with 5 of Dorian's vampire thugs. She wants her granddaughter back. Zorath growled loudly as Liora stepped up beside him. He raised his arm protectively to keep Liora a little behind him. I don't want to go with my grandmother. Liora shouted angrily. Seline took a step toward the bottom of the stairs. Liora, you need to come with me. Your place is with me. I don't even know you, and you can't make me go anywhere with you. Liora shot back. You will come with me, whether on your own or by force, Seline threatened. Zorath moved forward towards Seline, but Liora held her hand up to stop him. You need to leave now, Liora said boldly. Dorian, get her, Seline snapped. As Dorian's men moved toward Liora, everything happened in an instant. Zorath attacked Dorian, Ronan and Kaidan rushed at Seline, and Liora began to sing. Just a simple tune, no words, just notes. Immediately, every vampire froze. Seline shouted for them to cover their ears, but it was too late. While Liora sang, she thought about the vampires with Seline. She didn't want them to ever be controlled by her again. Then she thought about keeping her guys safe. As she continued to sing, Seline charged toward her, but as she neared, Liora focused on Dorian restraining her, and he did. Liora thought about Dorian and his men taking Seline back to his place and holding her captive for a few days. After that, they would release her, but never help her again. Dorian and his men dragged a screaming Seline away as Liora kept singing. As they left, Liora noticed the necklace Seline was wearing, a gemstone. She felt as if she knew that stone but couldn't figure out why. As soon as they were out of sight, Liora stopped singing. You better call Kieran and tell him to hurry so we can leave, Liora told Zorath, but he was still gazing at her with longing. Zorath, snap out of it, she said, punching his arm lightly. Liora, he finally came to his senses and grabbed her arms. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine, but we need to leave now. Call Kieran to see where he is, Liora ordered. Zorath let her go and ran inside. Where did they go? Kaidan asked, confused, as he looked around the yard. I sent them away, but Seline will be back. We need to leave as soon as possible, Liora explained, walking back into the house. He will be here in an hour, Zorath said, rushing back to Leora's side. Is that too long? No, it's perfect. I made Dorian hold Seline for a few days, so we should be fine if my singing works. If it doesn't, they'll be back immediately. That's so cool, Kaidan said, amazed by Leora's power. Let's get everything ready, Zorath said. Liora grabbed her already packed backpack as the guys gathered the rest of their things. She changed into comfortable, sturdy clothes and shoes. Not knowing where they were headed, she packed only one sweater. After she finished, she sat on the edge of her bed to think about everything that had just happened with Seline, and with Zorath. She was starting to fall for him. She just hoped her feelings weren't one-sided. If you're still listening to this story up to this point, why don't you subscribe to this channel to continue getting subsequent interesting daily stories like this? We would be most grateful if you can do that to help boost this video to reach everyone. Thank you. Chapter 18. Kieran walked toward Leora's room to check if she was ready. He found her sitting on the edge of her bed, twisting her hands and lost in thought. He could see the worry on her face, and he sighed as he watched her. He assumed she was worried about Seline and Dorian, but in truth, her thoughts were more focused on herself and Zorath. When Liora heard him sigh, she looked up and saw him standing by the door. "Are you ready?" Kieran asked as he stepped closer to her. Liora took a deep breath before answering, "Yeah, I think so." "Are you all set?" "Yes," he replied. Liora nodded, stood up, and followed Kieran into the kitchen where the rest of the guys were gathered. They were quietly talking, looking over maps but not mentioning any specific locations aloud. It was time to split up. They knew where to go and where to meet later. The plan was to pack some of Leora's clothes and use them to make dummies tied to Ronan and Kieran's backs. Then they would cover the dummies and Liora herself with a blanket, just in case anyone was watching the woods. Kieran would go west alone, while Ronan and Caden would head north, and Zorath and Liora would go south. Once they reached another state, they would find an airport, steal IDs from someone who had just landed and was leaving, someone who looked similar to them, and then fly to the meeting spot. Liora climbed onto Zorath's back, wrapping her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck. Zorath gripped her thighs and held her securely. He loved how her warmth seeped into him, warming his back and waist. Having her so close felt like heaven. Liora also enjoyed the closeness and held on to him tightly. After a somber glance at his friends, his brothers, they set off in their separate directions. Liora clung to Zorath's neck and the blanket as best she could. She felt the speed as he ran, with the wind whipping around them, tearing at the blanket and her body underneath it. She buried her face in his shirt, closing her eyes tightly. The sound of the wind rushing by was overwhelming. She wished she could cover her ears, but instead, she held on to Zorath's neck even tighter. Eventually, the blanket flew off Liora because of the force of the wind. She opened her eyes and raised her head, almost losing her balance and falling off Zorath's back. He felt her grip starting to slip, so he stopped abruptly, causing Liora to gasp from the sudden stop and the momentum. Zorath gently slid Liora off his back, but her legs were weak from the run, and she ended up sitting down on the soft pine-covered forest floor. "Are you okay?" he asked, looking down into her eyes with concern. Breathlessly, Liora looked up at him, meeting his worried gaze. "Yes." She could see the longing in his eyes and secretly hoped it wasn't just her imagination making them seem that way. Zorath extended his hand to her, and she took it. "I'm sorry for not realizing that traveling like this could be tough," he said, his voice soft and sincere. Liora wanted to kiss him so badly in that moment, but she held back. "I think we're clear now. Let me carry you," he said, picking her up in his arms in a bridal carry, taking her breath away once more. Liora blushed, and Zorath smiled. He wanted to touch her warm pink cheeks but restrained himself. Instead, he leaned down and kissed her cheek. Liora's heart raced with joy as Zorath gently kissed her cheek, making both of them blush even more. She longed to kiss his lips, but as soon as his lips left her cheek, he was running again with her in his arms. She closed her eyes and rested her head against his chest. Zorath was so happy at that moment, he wished his heart could still beat so he could feel that rush of joy and desire throughout his body. As it was, he could feel her heart beating fast in her chest, and he savored the thought that she was excited, too. Zorath reached the airport and found a quiet spot to hide Liora. He knew he had to keep her out of sight since she had been missing, and the humans would be looking for her. He found a secluded corner on the third floor of the parking garage, hidden from the cameras and the oncoming traffic. He carefully set her down and kept watch, knowing they needed to stay hidden. Liora panicked when Zorath turned away from her to leave. She grabbed his arm. "Please," she whispered. Zorath turned back to her with a small smile. He was deeply in love with Liora, and the fact that she grabbed his arm to stop him made him feel overjoyed. He reached up with his other hand and gently stroked her cheek. I won't be long. I need to find us some IDs, remember? Liora nodded. Stay here and stay out of sight, he said with a smile before quickly running off. Liora touched her cheek where Zorath had caressed it, letting out a soft sigh. She knew she loved him, and she worried about him. Zorath was gone for about 30 minutes before he returned. He saw the excitement in Liora's eyes as he approached. His heart swelled with happiness. I only found one ID for me, so I'll have to go back out again, he said. Liora made a small noise of disappointment. She didn't want to stay in that dark corner any longer. Zorath noticed the concern on her face. I'm sorry, he said seriously. I'll try to hurry. I just needed to check on you. Tears started to form in Liora's eyes. It wasn't that she feared for their safety or hated being alone in the dark corner, it was the fact that they were apart. Liora looked away, not wanting Zorath to see her cry, but it was too late. He saw it, and it broke his heart. He stepped closer and slowly wrapped his arms around her. She cried softly as he gently stroked her hair. Liora's arms instinctively wrapped around him, and Zorath nuzzled his cheek against her head. After a moment, he reluctantly pulled back from the embrace and lifted her chin so he could look into her eyes. I'll be right back, he whispered softly. Liora nodded, and Zorath disappeared again, moving quickly. Liora's breath caught in her throat, and then she began to cry harder, now that Zorath was gone. After a few minutes of calming down and thinking, Liora realized she had been too emotional and dramatic. She knew he would return, so why was she so sad? She composed herself and hoped the overwhelming sadness wouldn't return. While Liora entertained herself by tossing a rock against the wall, Zorath rounded the corner. I got it, he said cheerfully. Liora let out a half-shriek, then covered her mouth with her hands. She started to laugh, and Zorath chuckled along with her. Zorath offered his hand to help her stand up. Playing with a rock? He asked, amused. It was either that or a stick, and the stick didn't roll back fast enough, she said with a grin. Zorath showed her the IDs he had gotten. What do you think? I don't think you look that old, Zorath, Liora frowned. But at least you look like him. And me. What part of this person resembles me? She teased. Stop being picky, he smiled at her with affection, and Liora couldn't help but feel warmth inside. Hand in hand, they headed for the check-in counter. Stop looking so guilty and nervous, Zorath whispered over his shoulder to Liora. Liora laughed loudly. You stop trying to crush my hand then. Oh, sorry, he said seriously, loosening his grip on her hand. Liora quickly snatched his hand back and glared at him. I was kidding, Zorath. She shook her head. Geez, relax. Zorath gave her a crooked smile, and Liora rolled her eyes at him. At the check-in counter, they handed the lady their stolen IDs and tickets. No luggage? She asked, raising an eyebrow. No, I wanted to shop there, Zorath answered casually. The lady huffed to herself and let them through. They made their way to the security line and waited their turn. Liora played with Zorath's hand, rubbing it, poking at it, and rubbing it again. Zorath found it amusing, even though it was a little childish. He loved that she was touching him. He never thought anyone would ever want to touch him after knowing what he was, but he had to remind himself that she was also part vampire. It was something that kept slipping both of their minds. After an uncomfortable pat-down, they put their shoes back on and went to the gate to wait. Liora yawned once they sat down. You can rest your head on me if you want. I'll wake you up when they start boarding, Zorath whispered to her. Liora smiled and nodded. She curled up on the chair, bringing her legs up and positioning herself so she could lay her head in his lap. Once comfortable, she sighed in relief and quickly fell asleep. If you're still listening to this story up to this point, why don't you subscribe to this channel to continue getting subsequent interesting daily stories like this? We would be most grateful if you can do that to help boost this video to reach everyone. Thank you. Chapter 19. Liora woke up to the sound of the flight being announced over the intercom. It was time for them to board. She was surprised when the stewardess led them down the aisle. First class? Liora asked Zorath, her face showing her curiosity. Yes. Is that a problem? Zorath replied, teasing her lightly with a playful tone. No. Liora quickly blurted out, then blushed and sat down. I just didn't think. Think vampires fly first class? Zorath chuckled. I'm half, remember? Liora whispered, pointing to herself. Zorath smiled and nodded, then took his seat beside her. They remained quiet for a while after takeoff, but once they were airborne, it was as if neither of them could stop talking. Zorath loved how talkative Liora was becoming. He realized he hadn't laughed or smiled this much in decades. Liora, too, loved seeing him more open with her. Zorath shared funny stories about Kieran and Ronan. One story was about how they ran into a couple of alley cats that thought they were trying to steal their trash can meal. Normally, animals would run away from vampires, but with Kieran's luck, these alley cats decided they were tough enough to challenge two unsuspecting vampires. Zorath loved hearing Liora's laugh. It made him feel so happy, and he couldn't help but beam every time she laughed. Can I get you two anything to drink? The flight attendant asked. Liora? Zorath asked. Liora smiled at the sound of her name from his lips. Yes, a bottle of water, please. Nothing for me, thank you, Zorath told the flight attendant. After she left, Zorath leaned over to whisper to Liora. What would you like to eat? They'll be serving food soon. What are you going to pretend to eat? Liora giggled. Anything you get, I suppose, Zorath replied. Whatever they have, as long as it's not one of those kosher meals, she laughed again. The flight attendant returned with Liora's water, and Zorath told her what they wanted to eat before she left them. After the meal was served, Liora began to yawn, and Zorath had the flight attendant bring her a pillow and a blanket. Zorath watched her as she slept, occasionally stroking her hair. Newlyweds? The flight attendant whispered as she passed by. No, Zorath whispered back. Oh. I just assumed. You both look so in love. I've seen some newlyweds still in their wedding clothes who didn't look as in love as you two do. Can I get you anything to drink or a pillow? She asked Zorath. No, thank you, Zorath replied. The flight attendant nodded and walked away. Zorath couldn't help but think about what the flight attendant had said. He and Liora were in love. He knew how he felt about her, but could it be that she felt the same way about him? He could only hope. After landing in Florida and leaving the airport, Zorath carried Liora out of town to a hotel where they would meet the rest of the group. He left her in a safe, dark area so he could check in alone. He didn't want her on any surveillance footage. It wasn't something he could avoid at the airport, but at least they were 300 miles away from the meeting point. Liora and Zorath were the first to arrive. Liora immediately jumped in the shower, feeling grimy after all the traveling. While she enjoyed the warm water, Kieran and Ronan arrived. Have you two fed? Zorath asked them. Yes. We just did, Kieran replied. Though they had just fed, Ronan's senses were overwhelmed by Liora's strong, concentrated scent. The short time apart from her made her scent even more intense for him. He struggled to maintain his focus but was barely managing. Okay. Good. I need to feed. You two keep her inside and tell her I'll bring her something to eat and snack on, Zorath said to them. Sure thing, Zorath. Kieran said happily, excited to be back near Liora. Zorath noticed that Ronan was avoiding looking at him, his gaze fixed on the floor. Ronan? Zorath called to him. Ronan kept his eyes down. Yeah? Zorath quickly moved toward him and placed a hand on his face, forcing him to look up. I thought you said you fed, he asked angrily. Ronan jerked his face away from Zorath's hand and pushed him away forcefully. Lay off, man, he growled. We did, Zorath, Kieran said, noticing Ronan's eyes. Ronan? What's wrong with you? Zorath growled back. Nothing, Ronan spat. I must not have fed enough. Then you're coming with me, Zorath ordered. Fine, Ronan grumbled. Zorath looked at Kaidan, who was staring at Ronan with confusion, then at Zorath with concern. Kaidan. You and Liora stay quiet and stay inside until we get back. Yeah, Kaidan finally responded. He was more concerned about why Ronan was still thirsty than the situation at hand. Zorath let Ronan leave first, then followed. Something didn't feel right, but he wasn't sure what it was yet. He would keep an eye on Ronan until he figured it out. If you're still listening to this story up to this point, why don't you subscribe to this channel to continue getting subsequent interesting daily stories like this? We would be most grateful if you can do that to help boost this video to reach everyone. Thank you. Chapter 20. So, Zorath, are you going to order takeout for me? Liora called out, smiling as she stepped out of the shower, wrapping a towel around her hair. Kaidan grinned. Oh, Kaidan, Liora stood still, scanning the room. Where's? She waved her hands around as she asked. He had to feed, Kaidan bounced onto the bed. How was your trip? It was quick, but good. Where's Ronan? Liora walked over to the bed and sat next to Kaidan. He didn't get enough, so he had to feed again. Is he okay? Liora asked, her voice filled with concern. Yeah, why? Kaidan glanced at her, confused. Nothing. She shook her head. She quickly changed her tone, tapping him lightly on the leg. So, what's there to eat around here? She asked brightly. I'm not sure. Let's check the phone book. Kaidan hopped off the bed and grabbed the phone book from the nightstand. He flipped through the pages. What are you craving? I think I'd like some Thai, Liora answered cheerfully. Thai it is. Kaidan pulled out his cell phone and placed the order. As Liora ate her dinner, she realized how hungry she had been. Ronan returned to the hotel before Zorath did. He was finding it harder to resist Liora's scent. He had to force himself not to stare at her when someone looked his way, and he was literally drooling over her fragrance. Zorath burst through the hotel room door and stormed toward Ronan. He grabbed him by the throat and shoved him against the wall. What's going on, man? Kaidan rushed over, trying to pull Zorath's hand from around Ronan's neck. Ronan struggled to break free, but with Zorath being much older and stronger than both of them combined, they didn't stand a chance. I'm only going to ask you once. If you lie to me, I'll kill you right here, Zorath growled, his voice low and threatening. Liora curled up on the bed against the headboard, her eyes wide as she watched the frightening scene unfold. Did you feed from an unwilling human tonight? Zorath hissed. No, Zorath, you know he wouldn't do that, Kaidan started to say. Shut up. Zorath yelled, his eyes fiery. Answer me. Did you attack someone and... He paused, looking back at Ronan, unable to finish the sentence. Ronan's eyes said everything. The undeniable guilt in his gaze was clear. Before he could even nod yes, both Kaidan and Liora gasped. Zorath threw Ronan to the floor, then rushed to Liora's side, where she was trembling in shock. How could you? You know the code. Zorath hissed in disappointment and anger. Ronan? Kaidan stared at his brother in disbelief and sadness. I couldn't help myself, Ronan stammered, his face twisted in shame. You know the code, Ronan. No forced feeding and no killing humans, Zorath growled. Zorath, we're family. He made a mistake, Kaidan pleaded, trying to defend Ronan. Ronan couldn't meet their eyes. Instead, he lowered his head and stared at the floor. Zorath glared at Kaidan. He broke our family code, Kaidan. No exceptions, and you know that. Why don't we wait for Kieran and talk about it then? Kaidan suggested, trying to reason with him. Where is he? Zorath growled again, pulling out his cell phone. He dialed so quickly that Liora couldn't tell if he had even pressed the numbers. Where are you? Zorath barked into the phone. What? How? Everyone's gaze turned to Zorath as fear spread across their faces, listening intently. All right, but we have another problem, Zorath said, glaring at Ronan. Ronan killed a human while forcefully feeding tonight. He paused to listen to Kieran. He then glanced at Liora. Sure thing, he finally said and hung up. He looked up at everyone before speaking again. Kieran got captured by his family's guard. They forced him to return to their estate. He can't join us yet. How did they find him? Caden asked, his voice filled with worry. He doesn't know, Zorath shrugged, looking back at Liora, then glaring at Ronan again. What did he say about me, Zorath? Ronan's voice was defeated. You know what he said, Zorath replied in a final tone. No, Zorath, come on. We're family, Caden protested. No, Caden. No exceptions, Zorath said louder, his voice growing more stern. Caden and Ronan exchanged a look. You don't have to come with me. You belong safe with the guys, Ronan whispered. No, we all belong together. Family, remember? Caden shook his head. As soon as Liora is ready, she and I will leave, Zorath told the group. Ronan approached Zorath, extending his hand for a shake. It's been good knowing you, man. Zorath shook his hand and nodded. Same here. Take care of Caden. I will, Ronan whispered. Caden walked over to Zorath and threw his arms around him unexpectedly. He hugged him tightly, then moved to hug Liora, who was now crying. It's okay, Liora. Zorath will protect you, Caden said softly. Liora couldn't find the words, so she simply nodded. I'm sorry, Liora. Thank you for saving me, Ronan said, but he didn't attempt to hug her, knowing he couldn't resist her scent. Liora stood up and moved toward Ronan, but he threw his hands up and stepped back. No. I can't, Liora. She felt hurt and looked to Zorath with pleading eyes for an explanation. He's had your blood. It must be why he's still thirsty, Zorath explained, his voice steady but firm. Liora was still a bit confused, but then again, so was Zorath. Are you ready? Zorath asked her. No. We can't leave them, she nearly shouted. Liora, we don't have a choice. It's been our family code ever since we found each other and decided to live together. He has your blood, and you're not safe, Zorath's voice was firm. Liora, Ronan called her name. Zorath is right. Ever since I woke up on that pyre, I've been craving your blood, and it's only getting worse, he sighed, staring at the floor. You're not safe around me. Liora cried out in frustration and stormed out of the hotel room. Zorath quickly grabbed her backpacks and her Thai food. Stay here until morning. By then, we should be far enough away for your scent to fade, he told Ronan and Caden. Bye, Caden and Ronan said together as Zorath rushed after Liora. He caught up to her in the parking lot and handed her shoes. She sat on a parking spot divider to put them on, still sniffling and wiping away the tears on her cheeks. This isn't fair, she yelled at Zorath. Zorath was taken aback by her anger. He didn't know what to say or do to comfort her. He just watched as she put her shoes on, clearly upset. She huffed, stood up, and shot him a glare with narrowed eyes. Where to, then? She said through clenched teeth. Zorath opened his arms, signaling that he needed to carry her again. Before she could step toward him, she rolled her eyes dramatically. The last place she wanted to be in that moment was in his arms. As Zorath ran, carrying her once again, Liora's mind raced. Why had this happened? Would she ever see the guys again? Where was Kieran? And where were they even going now? She didn't want to ask him yet. She knew it wasn't his fault, but she also knew things didn't have to end so abruptly like it did in the hotel room. Hours passed before Zorath finally stopped running. Liora had a stiff neck by the time he set her on her feet. She rubbed her neck, trying to ease the pain shooting through her shoulders. I'm sorry. I would have stopped sooner if I'd known, Zorath said, looking at her with concern as she continued to rub her neck. Liora looked up at him and sighed. I'm sorry if you're mad at me, Zorath whispered. I'm not mad at you, just mad about everything. I'm confused, she said, her voice rising slightly. They stood there in silence, staring at each other for a long moment. Where are we going? Liora finally asked, frustration clear in her voice. To Kieran, he whispered. I thought he was captured or something. He was, but we're going to him. He thinks his family can help protect you. Zorath glanced around. Liora looked around, noticing for the first time that they were at another airport. Another flight? She asked, sarcasm thick in her voice. Yes. We need to try to hide your scent from Ronan. Zorath continued scanning the area. Ronan is our friend. Why did it feel so necessary to leave him and Caden behind? Liora threw her arms up in frustration, her irritation outweighing her exhaustion for the moment. Zorath suddenly stepped into her space and grabbed her arms tightly, making her wince in pain. He craves your blood. Don't you understand what that means? Do you not see the danger you're in if he stays around you? Zorath growled, his voice dark. He wouldn't hurt me. Liora yelled back, her arms throbbing, which only made her angrier. No, he would kill you, Zorath growled, his voice menacing. He took a deep breath, calming himself before continuing. Once we kill a human while forcefully feeding, the blood changes. It makes us crave it even more, and we can't stop ourselves. The fear they feel releases chemicals in their blood, making it even sweeter. Eventually, we get what we want. Liora heard the sincerity in his voice and felt the tears forming again. I'm sorry if I hurt you, Zorath released her arms, angry at himself for gripping her so tightly. Liora rubbed where the bruises would form as blood rushed back into her arms. Let's go, Zorath said, walking toward the airport entrance. Liora followed a few steps behind him, crying quietly to herself. She felt like all of this was her fault. Everything. Zorath bought their tickets, and they made their way to the gate. Thankfully, they didn't have to wait long. Once they were seated in first class, Liora stared out the window, ignoring everything and everyone around her. She eventually fell asleep soon after takeoff. Zorath wanted so badly to comfort her but didn't want to force it. He felt terrible for hurting her again, and he berated himself throughout the entire flight. If you're still listening to this story up to this point, why don't you subscribe to this channel to continue getting subsequent interesting daily stories like this? We would be most grateful if you can do that to help boost this video to reach everyone. Thank you. Chapter 21. The ride from the airport was long and quiet as Liora refused to even glance at Zorath. She stared out the window, watching as daylight began to brighten the passing scenery. Tall, pine-covered trees stretched across the hilly land. She found the view refreshing, the forest feeling like her natural home. Zorath kept glancing at her before turning his focus back to the road. He felt sad that she was upset with him, but he knew that protecting her was the most important thing. If that meant she was mad at him, then he was willing to accept it. Zorath stopped the car at a large iron security gate, which was already opening for them. As they drove through, they saw two guards waving them on, and Zorath nodded at one as they continued. Liora continued to look out her window, taking in the vibrant greenery and the lush gardens full of brilliant colors. The scent that wafted through the car's air conditioning was rich and invigorating. She took a deep breath, wishing she could jump out of the car and walk through the flowers. The farther they drove, the larger the garden seemed, until they finally pulled into a large open garage. By the time Zorath turned off the car, the garage door was already closing. They sat still for a moment, each lost in their thoughts about what to do or say. Zorath shifted in his seat, turning to face Liora and simply staring at her. He couldn't think of the right words. He hated seeing her upset with him, it hurt more than he could say. Liora, feeling the weight of his gaze, sighed before slowly turning to face him, though she kept her eyes down, unwilling to meet his. I'm sorry, he whispered, his voice heavy with regret. He wished he could reach out and touch her cheek, but he knew he had hurt her too much. I understand if you can't forgive me, but... A sudden tap on the window interrupted him. Liora jumped at the noise, and Zorath muttered a curse. Leora's gaze darted to the window, where she saw Kieran peering through, looking confused. "Are you two going to get out anytime soon?" he asked through the closed window. Liora quickly opened the door and rushed into Kieran's arms. He pulled her in tightly, rocking her gently from side to side. Tears threatened to fall as she let the overwhelming emotions take over. Zorath stepped out of the car soon after, trying to hold back the growl building in his chest at seeing Kieran's affectionate embrace. Kieran caught the look in Zorath's eyes and heard the low growl, though Liora didn't notice it at all. Kieran slowly pulled back from Liora to examine her. "Are you okay?" he asked, seeing the pain and sadness on her face. Liora nodded, sniffling, but more tears began to leak out as the memories of the past few days flooded her again. "Where's Ronan and Caden?" Kieran asked, looking between the two of them. Liora started crying again. Kieran's expression shifted to one of concern, and he tensed as Liora buried her face in his chest. "What?" he hissed, his gaze turning to Zorath. "We'll talk about it later," Zorath spoke sternly. Leora's head snapped up, and she turned to Zorath. Anger flashed in her eyes, and Zorath could see it in her entire body language. Her eyes might be as dark as the night, but they still held the whole world, and he could see that now. "Why not tell him now, huh?" she yelled angrily. "Liora," Zorath warned. "No, Zorath," she shouted, tears flowing freely now. "Okay, calm down," Kieran said softly, patting her back as he pulled her into another hug. "Let's get you settled in. You need some rest before a meeting we have to attend in a few hours." His voice held a commanding tone. "A meeting?" Liora pulled away from Kieran's chest and looked up at him. "With who?" Kieran paused for a moment, glancing between her and Zorath before answering. "The royal family and some party members." "Royal family?" Liora asked, clearly confused. "Yes. The vampire royals. I'll explain more later, but right now I need to show you to your room. I have some things to take care of before the meeting." He patted her back gently, feeling her shiver. "It'll be all right, okay?" Liora simply nodded, and finally, she let go of Kieran. Zorath felt a sense of relief, but he quickly pushed it aside. Kieran caught the subtle shift in Zorath's body and shot him a sly smile. They followed Kieran from the large garage through a cold, long hallway to two grand, antique wooden doors. After passing through the doors, Kieran led them up a huge staircase and down another lengthy corridor. Liora noticed how old and worn the place looked and smelled. Tall paintings of people in Victorian clothing adorned the walls, while thick, dark, wine-colored curtains blocked the light from the outside, covering the large, wide windows. Kieran stopped in front of a smaller set of antique double doors and gestured for Liora to enter. "Here you go, Liora. This is your room." Leora's eyes widened, and fear washed over her face. She didn't want to be alone. Even though she was still angry with Zorath, she didn't want him to leave her. "But I don't want to," she began, stuttering. "Zorath, will you please stay with me? I don't want to be alone." Zorath wanted to smile so badly, but he kept his composure. "I won't leave you. Go on in, and I'll be right behind you." Liora nodded before looking at Kieran. Kieran smiled softly. "I'll see you later." Liora nodded at Kieran, then pulled him into a hug. He tensed at first, and used to her human way of showing affection, but he gently kissed the top of her head before she let go and turned to enter the room. Zorath closed the door behind her and turned to Kieran. "What happened?" Kieran asked immediately, his voice barely a whisper, but Zorath heard him clearly. "Ronan is craving Leora's blood," Zorath replied. The journey from the airport was long and quiet as Liora refused to even glance at Zorath. She stared out the window, watching the sunrise light up the scenery as they drove. Tall pine trees dotted the rolling hills. She found it calming, the forest felt like home to her. Zorath kept stealing glances at her but focused back on the road when he saw her distant expression. He felt upset that she was angry with him, but he knew keeping her safe was what mattered most. If that meant she was upset with him, he was willing to bear it. Zorath stopped at a large iron security gate, which automatically opened for them. As they passed through, 2 guards waved them forward. Zorath nodded at one of them and continued driving. Liora kept her gaze on the passing view. The vibrant greenery and brilliant flowers were stunning. The air smelled so rich and fresh that when it wafted through the car's air vents, she took a deep breath. She wished she could jump out and walk through the gardens. As they drove farther, the gardens grew larger until Zorath pulled into a spacious garage. Before Zorath had the chance to turn off the car, the garage door was already closing behind them. They both sat in silence for a moment, each thinking about what to do or say next. Zorath shifted in his seat, turning to face Liora, and just stared at her. He didn't know what words to use. It pained him that she was upset, and he wished he could make things right. Liora, feeling the weight of his gaze, sighed and then turned toward him. She kept her eyes down, not meeting his. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice thick with regret. He wanted to touch her cheek, but he knew he had hurt her too much. "I understand if you can't forgive me, but..." A tap on the window interrupted him. Liora jumped at the sudden sound, and Zorath muttered a curse under his breath. Liora's gaze darted past him to the window, where she saw Kieran standing outside, a puzzled look on his face. "Are you two going to get out anytime soon?" he asked through the closed window. Liora quickly got out of the car and ran into Kieran's arms. He wrapped her tightly in his embrace and gently rocked her from side to side. The emotions that had been building up inside her finally spilled over, and she felt tears threaten to fall. Zorath stepped out of the car, trying his best not to growl at the sight of Kieran hugging her. Kieran caught the look in Zorath's eyes and heard the low growl that Liora completely missed. Kieran slowly pulled back from the hug and looked at Liora. "Are you okay?" he asked, seeing the sadness and pain written all over her face. Liora nodded, sniffing, but tears started to spill from her eyes as the memories of the past few days overwhelmed her. "Where's Ronan and Caden?" Kieran asked, glancing between the two of them. Liora started crying again. Kieran's face shifted to concern as he saw Liora bury her face in his chest. "What?" he hissed, looking over at Zorath. "We'll talk about it later," Zorath answered firmly. Liora lifted her head and turned to face Zorath. Anger burned in her eyes, and her body language screamed frustration. Despite her eyes being as dark as the night, they held so much more, and Zorath could feel it. "Why not tell him now, huh?" she shouted, her voice trembling with emotion. "Liora," Zorath warned. "No, Zorath," she yelled, the tears falling freely now. "Okay, calm down," Kieran said softly, gently patting her back as he pulled her into another hug. "Let's get you settled in. You need rest before the meeting we have in a few hours." His tone was calm but authoritative. "A meeting?" Liora pulled away from him, looking up with confusion. "With who?" Kieran paused for a moment, glancing between Liora and Zorath before replying. "The royal family and some other important people." "Royal family?" Liora asked, her confusion deepening. "Yes. The vampire royals. I'll explain more later, but right now I need to show you to your room. I have some things to take care of before the meeting." Kieran patted her back lightly, feeling her shiver. "It'll be okay, all right?" Liora simply nodded and let go of Kieran. Zorath, feeling a sudden weight lift, shook it off. Kieran noticed Zorath's slight relief and shot him a knowing smile. They followed Kieran through a long, cold hallway to a pair of large, antique wooden doors. After passing through the doors, Kieran led them up a grand staircase and down another long corridor. Liora noticed how old the place felt. The air smelled aged, and tall paintings of people in Victorian attire lined the walls. Thick, deep red curtains blocked all light from the tall windows, adding to the ancient ambience. Kieran stopped in front of a smaller pair of antique double doors and gestured for Liora to enter. "Here you go, Liora. This is your room." Liora's eyes widened, and fear crept onto her face. She didn't want to be alone. Despite her anger with Zorath, she didn't want him to leave her. But I don't want to, she began, her voice shaky. Zorath, will you please stay with me? I don't want to be alone. Zorath, wanting so badly to smile but keeping his composure, responded, I won't leave you. Go on in, and I'll be right behind you. Liora nodded and turned to look at Kieran. Kieran smiled kindly. I'll see you later. Liora nodded and then gave him a hug. Kieran tensed a little at first, not used to her human ways of showing affection, but he gently kissed the top of her head before she let go and entered the room. Zorath closed the door behind her and turned to Kieran. What happened? Kieran whispered immediately. Ronan is craving Liora's blood, Zorath said plainly. If you're still listening to this story up to this point, why don't you subscribe to this channel to continue getting subsequent interesting daily stories like this? We would be most grateful if you can do that to help boost this video to reach everyone. Thank you. Chapter 22. The meeting has been moved up, Kieran told them after they opened the door together. Are you ready? His eyes were full of concern, and they both noticed the sadness in his expression when he saw Zorath being protective of Liora. After a deep sigh, Kieran pushed his emotions aside. They both nodded at him after exchanging a brief look. Liora's heart began to race, her nerves growing more intense. Follow me, Kieran motioned with his hand, leading them down the long corridor again. They walked across the hall, out into an open area, and then back inside another corridor, eventually stopping in front of two massive, ancient-looking doors. The sheer size of them was intimidating, and Liora couldn't help but be in awe of the beautiful carvings on the doors. Okay, I have to go in first. You'll be waved in shortly. Don't sit until you're told to and don't speak unless you're spoken to. Be respectful, Kieran instructed, his eyes briefly meeting Zorath's with a meaningful glance. Zorath nodded solemnly, and Kieran disappeared through the doors. Minutes later, two men who looked like soldiers ushered them inside. Liora quickly noticed a regal man sitting at the head of a court-style room, a beautiful woman by his side. The man had short white hair and piercing blue eyes, while the woman exuded grace and serenity. To her right sat another younger, beautiful woman. Kieran sat on the left side of the regal man. Zorath and Liora were led to two chairs placed behind a table, positioned right in front of the regal group. Liora took in her surroundings, feeling a rush of fear. She noticed more people to her right and could see another group behind her as they walked in. Good evening, everyone, the regal man began. Thank you for joining us on such short notice. It seems we have a dilemma concerning this young lady before me. He paused and studied Liora carefully. You may sit, he added, before continuing. I am King Aldrich Valorin for those of you I have not yet met. He gestured to the right of himself. This is my beautiful wife, Queen Elara Valorin. He then gestured to his left. My eldest son, Prince Kieran Andris. Finally, he gestured to his right again. And my eldest daughter, Princess Nyra Valorin. The top members of the council are also here, as well as all other concerned parties, he continued, glancing past Liora and Zorath. The Council of the Wood Nymph Society, the young lady's grandmother. Liora froze, her breath catching in her chest. Zorath, sensing her distress, offered her his hand, and she immediately grabbed it. The king continued, Seline and her personal council member, Dorian Vexer. He waved for a man to bring him a piece of paper and reviewed it before speaking again. The king looked directly at Liora, making her even more nervous and fidgety in her seat. Young lady, the king said kindly, how old are you? 17, your majesty, she replied, almost whispering. The king chuckled heartily. Well then, it seems this whole situation was unnecessary. The young lady is old enough to decide where or with whom she wishes to stay. He paused and gave a stern look to the group behind Liora. Tell me, Liora, would you like to return to your school and your family, or go with your grandmother? Why can't I stay with Zorath and Kieran, your majesty? I don't want to go home, nor do I want to go with my evil grandmother, she blurted out, breathlessly. She immediately blushed from her unrestrained remark. Dear one, not even half humans may live within the vampire community, the king began to explain. Liora interrupted immediately. "But I'm not half human, Your Majesty," she blurted out, only to sulk back in her chair when several of the council members gasped at her outburst. "Not human?" The king turned to Kieran, anger and confusion clouding his face. He didn't like being caught off guard. "Is this true, son?" His voice was stern but calm. "Yes, father. She is half vampire and half wood nymph," Kieran answered plainly, his voice businesslike, causing Liora to look at him with curiosity. She had never heard Kieran speak so detached before, and it made her feel a pang of sadness. Murmurs broke out across the room, and the king silenced them with a sharp glare. "Half vampire?" He looked back at Liora, his mind racing as he thought about his younger years studying abroad. Some texts had especially caught his interest, and he couldn't help but see Liora as a valuable prize. Liora nodded slowly to the king. The room fell silent as the king thought through the situation. After what felt like an eternity, he spoke again. "Liora," he said suddenly, his voice powerful enough to nearly make Liora jump out of her chair. "Why don't you want to go with your grandmother?" Liora cleared her throat before speaking. "She wants to use me to control the vampires, Your Majesty," her voice slightly raised in an exasperated tone. Laughter and hearty chuckles erupted from some of the council members, but the king remained calm and serious in response to Liora's answer. He had heard rumors of someone, not Seline in particular, who had ambitions to take over. He suspected that Liora's grandmother wasn't the only one leading this attempt. The king looked past Liora and Zorath before speaking again. His eyes bore a sharp, serious glare that would make anyone tremble. "What do you say, nymph society?" he asked, his voice booming. A young man stood up. "We have no knowledge of this shocking accusation or any underhanded plan, Your Majesty. We only just received word today that you requested our presence regarding a matter concerning one of our own," the young man explained. He wore a light green sheer fabric similar to Selene's, but his presence was much lighter, and Liora could feel he was good. "We do not approve of such behavior, and we will address this issue immediately. We would never provoke you or your kind into war," he said, his tone clearly displeased. Seline visibly stiffened and shot an evil glare at the nymph society members. The king nodded as the young nymph sat back down. "Would nymph Seline," the king continued, his voice stern, "this youngling is free to make her own choices, and as a half-vampire, she will have the kingdom's protection and support. You are hereby forbidden entry into this kingdom ever again." A burly man shot up from the council seats. "Your Majesty, she is only half-vampire, and by all means, a danger to full vampires." The king fixed the rude burly man with a dangerous scowl. The man slowly sat back down, clearing his throat nervously. "We are done with this matter," the king declared, waving his hand. The council members began to stand and leave. Liora stayed seated, still staring at the king, when a gentle hand touched her shoulder. Liora startled and quickly turned around. It was the male nymph who had spoken to the king. He smiled kindly at Liora. Zorath and Liora both stood up, Zorath keeping his hand in hers. "Liora, it's an absolute honor to meet you. I just wish it were under different circumstances," the young man said sincerely. His soft blonde hair fell into his eyes, and he quickly brushed it away. Just then, he noticed Seline and Dorian leaving. "Seline. A moment of your time," he called, his voice commanding and powerful. Liora felt the strength radiating from him, and it wasn't just her, everyone did. Seline froze mid-step and shot the young man a venomous look. Her lips pressed into a thin line, and for a brief moment, it seemed like she might try to run. But she slowly stepped away from Dorian, who at the moment appeared too frightened to move, and made her way toward Liora and the others. "It's good to see you again, granddaughter," Seline said, her grin half sarcastic as she nodded at Liora. Liora remained perfectly still, her gaze focused on the young man. She wondered to herself why he had called her over. She wanted to run, to hide, or at least be comforted in Zorath's strong, protective arms. But she stood there, unwavering. Zorath was proud of her but still wary of Seline being so close. As king of the nymphs, I hereby declare your sentence, Seline, the young man announced. Leora's eyes widened in shock. This wasn't just a leader of a nymph council, this was the actual king of all the wood nymphs. Seline's eyes widened too, but for a very different reason. No! Seline screamed as the air around her darkened. She immediately turned and began to dash away, but it was already too late. The nymph king held up a small burgundy-colored stone, and in an instant, Seline began to transform into nothing more than a misty fog, getting drawn into the stone right before their eyes. If you're still listening to this story up to this point, why don't you subscribe to this channel to continue getting subsequent interesting daily stories like this? We would be most grateful if you can do that to help boost this video to reach everyone. Thank you. Chapter 23. Liora was frozen, watching in disbelief as Seline turned into mist and then watching as the mist was sucked into the burgundy stone held by the king of the wood nymphs. What happened? Liora whispered, barely audible, as the shock of what she had just witnessed overwhelmed her. Zorath immediately wrapped his arms around her, sensing her fear. He longed to take her away from all this and protect her. The nymph king looked at Liora kindly. Do not worry, young Cae, he said, using the name that Seline had once called her. Liora shivered at the memory, and the nymph king noticed it. It was painless, he added, trying to comfort her. Liora quickly looked up at the nymph king. It's not that, it's just that you used the same name she called me. Liora motioned toward the stone. The nymph king nodded in understanding. King the lion pronounced surlily, if I had known it was you, I would have had you sit next to me. Kieran's father approached, with Kieran and his mother following. Kieran walked over to Liora and embraced her. She took a deep breath, feeling a wave of relief as she realized Seline would no longer be after her. Zorath didn't want to let her go, but he knew she needed Kieran, too. When she sighed in Kieran's arms, Zorath struggled with a sense of jealousy. It's all right, King Andrus. I understand. This is our first official meeting, so no hard feelings. Both kings shook hands. Liora, my dear, it's wonderful to finally meet you, the queen said sweetly, wrapping Liora in a warm embrace as soon as Kieran let her go. My Kieran hasn't stopped talking about you since he arrived, she smiled fondly at her eldest son. Kieran shrugged and shot a wary glance at Zorath. They both knew there were feelings between Liora and Zorath, but Kieran also understood that Liora had deeper feelings for Zorath and had decided long ago not to interfere with their relationship. Liora felt a little envious of Kieran in that moment, how she missed a mother's love. As the kings continued talking, a younger-looking male nymph with almond-colored hair stepped up beside King the Lion, handing him a necklace that he had picked up from Seline's clothes. Liora noticed it was the same kind of stone the king had. As the king took the necklace, Liora's mind was filled with a memory of young Seline whispering to her, telling her to look for her in the stone. She gasped, and everyone fell silent, looking at her. I think Seline put my mother in that stone, she said, her voice shaking as tears began to form. King the Lion took the necklace from the young nymph and examined it. She must have tapped into some very deep magic. Only nymph royal bloodlines are capable of doing such a thing, he said, looking up from the stone and meeting Leora's gaze. Liora, if you wish, we can release her so she may be reborn. Our laws state that when we are instoned, we may be freed to be reborn as a nymph. However, if we are punished, we remain in the stone either for a limited time or forever. If you wish, you may keep the necklace. But if staying in the stone is punishment, shouldn't I release her so she can be free? Liora asked, wiping tears from her cheek. The nymph king smiled fondly at Liora. Whatever you decide, it is entirely up to you. Liora nodded. Release her. King the Lion nodded and took the necklace from Liora. He clasped the stone in his hands, and as he opened it, a soft mist poured out and drifted upward, disappearing through the ceiling. Zorath pulled Liora into his arms as she let out a few more tears before wiping her eyes. Now she is free, she said, forcing a smile. Whenever you want, Liora, you may visit us at our capital, King the Lion offered kindly. Thank you, Liora said, nodding toward the king of the wood nymphs. They continued talking for a while longer until Liora yawned. Queen Emma suggested that Zorath take Liora to her room to rest, seeing how exhausted Liora must have been. Queen Emma's kindness and concern for Liora made her feel safe and cared for. Zorath and Kieran took Liora to her room, leaving the two kings and Queen Emma to continue their conversation. After Liora had rested, she had another meeting to attend with King Andros and Queen Emma. He wanted to reassure Liora about her freedom and safety. Kieran, who had always preferred privacy, realized that Liora would be safest in the vampire court and decided he would stay with her. This made the king and queen very happy. Zorath, too, would stay with Liora, following her wherever she went. As for Ronan and Caden, only time would tell if Ronan's craving for Liora's blood would fade. For now, they were allowed to visit but only under strict supervision. Caden and Ronan informed Zorath, Kieran, and Liora of the bad news. Their home in the forest had been burned to the ground. Zorath suspected Lazario's involvement, but there was no evidence to prove it. For now, this was Liora's world. She rested, knowing that she was safe, with Zorath by her side and Kieran nearby. She knew it wasn't entirely fair to Kieran, but for the time being, she would stay where she felt the most secure, selfishly taking comfort in the safety she had found. Thank you for watching this video. Please subscribe and like this video to continue listening to this type of story daily and also, to appreciate this community too. I would like to hear your wonderful opinion about this story. Do you like it? Please comment below.